Before we proceed, I will observe protocol by recognizing the esteemed leaders present as our tradition in Rotary and Rotaract. Yes? I'll begin with our Rotary International President's personal representative. Rotarian David Osei Amankwa and his aunt, who have been with us this entire season. I welcome the Rotary International Director-elect, Rotarian Emmanuel Katongole. Thank you so much for representing our international vision. At the district level, I recognize the district governor, Rotarian Anne Nkutu. Thank you for guiding us with dedication. Our district Rotaract representative, Simeo Sebukulu. Thank you so much for championing Rotaract in our district. You're very welcome. We are honored to have the president of Rotaract Africa, MDIO, and his vice president, MDIO, Rotaractor Nancy Njeri, for leading our continental efforts. I greet our district governor-elect, Rotarian Geoffrey Chitakule. In the same capacity, I greet our district governor-elect for the District 9214, Rotarian Christine Cheyune. I recognize the presence of our district Rotaract representative-elect, Abisaj Nahabwe, and the district governor nominee, Gerard Obai, the future of our leadership. Thank you so much. To our past district governors and the district Rotaract representatives, thank you for your service. And finally, I acknowledge all leaders present whose commitment strengthens our community, our Rotary community. And with that, protocol has been duly observed. I now invite everybody to please stand in recognition of the protocol and the distinguished leaders we have acknowledged today. I welcome our Sheikh to lead us in our invocation this morning.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله الذي أعان بفضله الأقدام ساركة وأنقذ برحمته النفوس الهالكة ويسر لمن شاء لليسرى فرغب في الآخرة فنسأله ربنا أن يتقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم اللهم افتح لنا أبواب البركة والسلامة وارزقنا من حيث نحتسب ومن حيث لا نحتسب اللهم اجعل لنا من كل هم فرجا ومن كل ضيق مخرجا ومن كل بلاء عافية يا رحمن الدنيا رحيم الآخرة اللهم آمين اللهم آمين. We can take our seats. I'm by name Sheikh Tamsuza Arukam from Ziara. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, respected members of the Rotary clubs around, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings be upon you all. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude for this opportunity to share a few reflections as a Muslim scholar and as a fellow servant of humanity. I deeply appreciate the Rotary Club of Jinja for this invitation and for your unwavering commitment to the service and development. In Islam, service to others is not just encouraged, it is an obligation and a source of great reward. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, وَمَنْ أَحْيَا النَّاسَ فَكَأَنَّمَا أَحْيَا النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا خَيْرُ النَّاسِ أَنْفَعُهُمْ لِلنَّاسِ. The best of people are those who are most beneficial to others. This proven hadith aligns with your motto, service above self. It reminds us that true greatness lies not in titles or wealth, but in the value we add to the lives of others. The Quran emphasizes the sanctity and the value of life. وَمَنْ أَحْيَا النَّاسَ فَقَدْ أَنَّمَا أَحْيَا النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا. And whoever saves a life, it is as if he had saved all of mankind. Surah Ma'idah, verse 32. And as we speak of building a better society, let us remember the principle of cooperation. And in good, Allah commands in the Quran, وَتَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْبِرِّ وَالتَّقْوَى وَلَا تَعَاوَنُوا عَلَى الْإِثْمِ وَالْعُدْوَانِ. And cooperate with one another in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. Surah Ma'idah, verse 2. The verse calls us to work together, regardless of faith or background, in all that is good, just, and uplifting, whether we are Muslims, Christians, or of any other belief. We are neighbors, and our strength lies in unity, not diversion. As a scholar of Islam, I believe strongly in bridging communities. We must come together to care for the sick, educate the youth, protect the environment, and promote peace. That is the very heart of what Islam calls khair, goodness. Let us not focus on our differences, but on our shared mission to leave the world better than we found it, with mercy, fairness, and hope. In conclusion, I ask Allah the Almighty to bless you all and your efforts, guide your heart to mutual respect and shared service, and grant us success in doing good. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Let's appreciate Sheikh once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to request that we be up and standing for just a minute or two as we sing a simple song. I'm not so good at singing, but let's stand up. Let's stand up. Let's stand up. Some energy, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we ready? The more we are together. As you greet your neighbor, as you say hello to your neighbor, ask them how it was last night. Ask them how their shorts are and you know why they are not in shorts. Also offer a pair of scissors to cut their trousers, to make them short. The more we are together, the more we are together, the happier we are. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. We are together, the happier we are. The more we serve together, the more we serve together, happier we are. As you serve and I serve. You also add, the happier we are. So before you take your seat, please say hello to someone. Say hello to, your neighbor on the next table. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We can take our seats. We can take our seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We can take our seats. In a few seconds, let's resume our seats.
Okay, we shall continue with the friendship later. Let's take our seats. And for those that are wearing shades like me, we recognize you. And probably we know what you could have gone through, because we are sure it's not for the sight. But let's enjoy the rest of the day.
At this moment, I would like to invite Rotarian Dorcas to Subira to take us through the awards. DJ.
Let's appreciate her. She comes up, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't get tired of clapping. It will also help to keep you awake.
We have winners in the audience. Yeah, you should be clapping hands right now. We have awards, and Rotarian Dorcas to Subira is going to take us through those awards.
Good morning. Good morning, Rotarians, Rotaractors, friends and family of Rotary. We are here again to give another set of awards, and today they'll be under enhancing participant engagement. That is Rotary International's strategic priority. So today we are going to give out Member Participation and Engagement Award, Youth Mentorship and Engagement Award, Discon Attendance Award, Discon Long Distance Award, Club Governance Award, and under Technology and Innovation, we shall give out the Learning and Innovation Award. So we are going to do this very quickly, and I would like to ask, kindly ask PDG, Governor-elect, sorry, Godfrey Chitakule. Incoming PDG. Thank you very much. He's going to assist us to give out these awards. So we're going to start with Member Participation and Engagement Award. So under Member Engagement, the awards recognize clubs that engage their members in Rotary service and fellowship. How we are going to do this, the video is going to run, and we are going to call the second runner-up, first runner-up, and winner at the same time. The winner will stand here on the top, and second runner-up will stand on my left, and first runner-up will stand on my right. So that we do this quickly, because we don't have a lot of time. So I'll ask the video to run.
The Member Participation and Engagement Award is given to the club with the largest average percentage of members attending key club activities. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Sonde, the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo, the Rotary Club of Kampala Life Stars, the Rotary Club of Bukoto, the Rotary Club of Kabarole, and the second runner-up is
Rotary Club of Kampala Central. If you can come quickly.
Let's appreciate them as they walk up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate them for the good
Member
work.
Participation and Engagement Award. The first runner-up is
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Machindie.
I never wanna lose a real one like you.
The Member Participation and Engagement Award. And the winner is...
The winner is Rotary Club of Kampala South. Much India, are you here? Second runners up, please get here quickly.
Rotary Club of March India. Make some noise, come with some vibe.
Much India here. Much India here.
Well done, Rotary March India. Thank you very much.
Now our winners, Kampala South.
A big congratulations to Rotary Kampala South.
And follow you where you're going. And if I make you my business, I suffer no loss. Cause I'm in love and it's showing. No force, can't separate. Baby, no law, keep me away. I take you on tour. Pretty baby, I give you something to live for. My girl, extra pressure, baby.
So our next one is the Youth Mentorship and Engagement Award.
The Youth Mentorship and Engagement Award. This is given to the club, which has undertaken service projects and other initiatives that improve youth personal development. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Jinja, the Rotary Club of Gayaza, the Rotary Club of Kitanti, the Rotary Club of Chira, the Rotary Club of Kampala East, the Rotary Club of Kabarole. And the second runner-up is...
The second runner-up is Rotary Club of Bukoto.
The Amazing Governors Club, Rotary Bukoto.
The
Rotary
Youth
Bukoto,
Mentorship
take the
and
stage.
Engagement Award. The first runner-up is...
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Kampala Central.
The Youth Mentorship and Engagement Award. And the winner is...
The winner of Youth Mentorship and Engagement Award is Rotary Club of Boyogerere Nambole.
The Rotary Club of Boyogerere Nambole.
Boyogerere Nambole, take the stage. Congratulations, Rotary Kampala Central. Hey, hey, hey. Congratulations, Kampala Central. Rotary Boyogerere Nambole, take the stage.
Something about your body.
Some vibe, we're getting Nambole.
I wanna be your body. Oh, china wolovu. Ontambuliranga china wolovu. Ah, china wolovu. Chovola banga ndi musanyufu. Oh, china wolovu. Onvimbiranga china wolovu. Ah, china wolovu. Chovola banga ndi musanyufu. Something about your body. I'm your midden,
A round of applause for our winners so far. We have more winners coming in a few minutes.
No. You are staying here, and we are inviting 2 other people to help us with presenting these awards. I'll ask DGE Christine. However, please, can you come and assist us so that we go through this very quickly? People to help us with, and then PDG Francisco Semanga. Can you please kindly? DGE Christine. However, please, can you come and assist us so that we go through this very quickly?
Where is the loud enthusiasm, people? Hey! Let's welcome them. Let's welcome them. Where is the loud enthusiasm, people? Hey! Let's welcome them. Let's welcome them.
This is given to the club that has the largest number of members.
Okay, our next award is Discon Attendance Award.
The Discon Attendance Award. This is given to the club that has the largest number of members and guests fully registered and paid for the 100th District Conference by 14th March 2025. And the winner is
The Rotary Club of Kampala South. Discon
Rotary Club of
Attendance
Kampala
Award.
South.
The DGE is
South
amazing
again.
club. Kampala South, take the stage. It's your day.
Kampala South.
Kampala South, where's your entourage? Show us the numbers right now. Where are the numbers, Kampala South? Kampala South, yes, yes, take the stage.
There are 17 members. We want to see them here. Where are they?
Afrigo. Kampala South is doing shifts clearly. It's doing shifts.
They are picking their awards in shifts. So this is shift number 2.
Some loud enthusiasm for Rotary Kampala South. Rotary Kampala South, where is the second shift?
I think they did a little bit of night duty, so they will come in.
Our
later.
next award is the Discon Long Distance Award.
the Discon Long Distance Award D9213. This is given to the club with the largest geographical distance traveled to the 100th District Conference. And the winner is
The Rotary Club of Arua Eco City. Are you here?
Rotary Arua, Rotary Arua. Guys, these people need to be appreciated for the number of districts they have to cross to come here. Rotary Arua. Arua Eco City, yes, yes, Texas State.
Wait. All the way from Arua. Let's welcome Arua Eco City.
Rotary Club Arua Eco City.
Meanwhile, it takes them a whole day to get here.
It takes them a whole day to get here. We appreciate that.
Samura. Wewe. Thank you.
So our next award is the Club Governance Award.
The Club
round of
Governance
applause.
Award. This is given to the club that has demonstrated very high levels of governance. And the second runner-up is
The second runner-up is Rotary Club of Upper Kololo.
the Club Governance Award.
If you can come up
The
quickly.
first runner-up is
Upper Kololo.
UK. Members of UK. Where's the vibe, DJ?
the Club Governance Award. The first runner-up is
Rotary Club of UK.
the Club Governance Award. The first runner-up is
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Kampala South.
Where? Kampala South again, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the third shift now. Third shift of Kampala South. Where are the gun strokes? Where are the strokes? Where are the strokes? Kampala South, come on. Come on.
Yeah. Sexy love what she need from a bad boy like me. Yeah. Sexy kiss is the thing that she ain't for my lips. Yeah. My
Which shift is this?
the only air that she breathes.
Third shift.
And when I look into her eyes, I know
Okay,
that
let's
she can
appreciate
never get
Kampala
enough
South,
of me.
ladies and gentlemen.
Your body high me like lean. When we do it, skin to skin. And as the rush they increase, I feel the drip in your V. Shorty say she feeling so. She grab my neck and she whisper, please. Shorty give me that splash from my chest to my knees.
the Club Governance Award. And the winner is the Club Governance. The Club Governance Award. And the winner is
Rotary Club of Kampala Central.
Yo, Vinka, this is unusual. Banga boy, Chitaka.
Kampala Central winner, Club Governance Award.
Yo, Chitaka.
Congratulations, Rotary Kampala South. Rotary Kampala Central, congratulations. We still have more awards to give, but we have a breakout session by the Rotary Fellowship for Empowering Women's an announcement today at 2:30 p.m. at Katonga Hall, room 207. We have amazing speakers to look out for: Patricia Ithao, Reverend David Kabiswa, Grace Makoko Solome Nakawesi. So please stay tuned.
Okay, our next award, and the last one for now, is the Learning and Innovation Award. This is under Technology and Innovation.
Learning and Innovation Award. This is given to the club that has encouraged members to be well informed about Rotary, embraced and implemented new best practices to help their clubs be more efficient, transparent, and effective. Clubs worthy of mention include the Rotary Club of Kampala Life Stars, the Rotary Club of Kampala Central, the Rotary Club of Jinja, the Rotary Club of Weogereri Nambole, and the second runner-up is
The second runner-up is Rotary Club of Kampala South.
Mutwegu no manelese. Oh, wanna know what you vayo we see. No, take a kuchupai, take a good sweet medication. Me and me a shidaga.
For some clubs, we are going to ask them to just remain here, nearby.
Learning and Innovation Award. The first runner-up is...
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Kampala Springs.
This is Kampala South as Kampala Springs make their way here.
Learning and Innovation Award.
Kampala Springs, make your way
and
here.
And the winner is...
The winner, Learning and Innovation Award, is Rotary Club of Upper Kololo.
All these clubs are from one family.
Kampala Springs here.
These clubs are relatives.
Baby, you're the only one.
The winner, Rotary Club of Upper Kololo. So they are going to take a picture as the Southern family.
Stacking up my money, no time for your shit. Money kulakbo, I don't care for your hate. Me no fighting. Me no fighting. Throwing down drums from bungalow out there. I did my penthouse, you can't even reach me. Me no frightened. It is not your fight.
Thank you very much. So you will see me later, but I just wanted to explain. We started off with mentioning the clubs that were worthy of mention. These are clubs that did very well, but they did not hit that mark, but they're doing good work. So thank you all very much.
Let's appreciate Retian Dorcas once again. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, that's much better.
Tell me now, and show me how to understand what makes a good man. Tell me now, and walk the line, and understand what makes a good man. Ain't nothing wrong with this chemistry. Ain't nothing wrong with this place for me. And time tell the test of pedigree. Experience is another wrong with this chemistry. Ain't nothing wrong with this place for me. And time tell the test of pedigree. Experience is another wrong.
Thank you very much. Let's pack the magic together. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would like to invite a very good friend, but also one that just assured me that he's not sure whether I am moving on my legs or toothpicks. And, but you will also see the reason as to why he said that, probably because he is not in that same attire. And later on, we'll find out why, you know, many people are not wearing shorts. For me, at least, I'm representing those with, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome past District Governor Xavier to introduce to us our panelists. Let's welcome him, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes up. Please look at him critically. And he's going to pay a fine of $20 to add to TRF for not adhering to the dress code. And Governor, please, as you speak, let's avoid. We're not fighting on the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, we are all gifted differently. And I want to thank the DRR and the Rotaract team for choosing today's dress code, because at least we get to know friends, good morning. Isn't it a lovely morning this morning? It's so exciting, and Governor Ann, thank you so much with the Eastern family for a great night. I know Assistant Governor Damuzungu and the entire team, you guys outdid yourselves. So thank you so much. I was very worried whether we are going to have this audience, but at least we can make do with the shades that we have, and it's well explained why we are putting on shades now. My Rotary family, this morning we are going to share ideas from very experienced professionals. And my duty this morning is to invite them on the stage, and then they get us into the thick of things. And when the conference chair told me to introduce this panel, reading through their CVs, I felt what a wealth of knowledge that we are going to have on stage. So let me start off by inviting a good friend, a pediatrician, both by practice and by trade, lecturing in Makerere University. She's been at this for a long time, for as long as I've known her. She's a Rotarian, and a Rotarian in good standing. She's so passionate about anything that deals with children. Friends, join me to welcome on stage Dr. Sabrina Bakera Chitaka from the Rotary Club of Kampala. And just to balance up this panel, I will invite another good friend, a corporate personality for more than 30 years, who has decided to transit from corporate world, and indeed he continues to practice as a non-executive director in many organizations, but he has decided to move into the farming world. An ardent coffee farmer, among so many other crops, and is practicing his trade down in Ibudu, in Masaka. Friends, join me to welcome my namesake, Francis Kamlegea. At least Francis knew very well that the coffee boom is coming, and he was able to move very fast. Welcome, Francis. Not to be outdone, I will invite on stage another great lady. She's a doctor. She is a mental health personality, public health physician for over 25 years. And she has started many organizations dealing with mental health. One of them is Toriweka, and the other is the Body-Mind Wellness. Friends, join me to welcome on stage Dr. Rita Sonko. Very welcome. And to complete the panel, is another good friend, an accountant by profession, a seasoned debunker. His name, whenever you mention it, then you just know you're talking about financial institutions. He's a Rotarian, and he's been a Rotarian for more than 10 years. Friends, join me to welcome the Managing Director of Centenary Bank, Rotarian Fabian Kasi, from the Rotary Club of Kiwatule.
Now which kind life way I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. Steady increase in the commands.
And now that the panel is constituted, let me invite our moderator for this morning. This guy, we have a lot in common. I shouldn't talk too much. He's an ardent runner, actually an ultra runner. This guy goes for 80 kilometers. Last time I saw him in Comrades going for 90 kilometers, and he made it. But and he might run away, that's my worry. The last time I met him was on the peak of one of those mountains that we like slaying. Welcome on stage, our moderator, Robert Kabushenga. And now I hand over to Robert to take over that.
Thank you very much. We call him FX in the mountain climbing community. There's one thing which is very important in my profile that he left out. I am happily married to a wife. There are two key words there, happily and wife. And a father of 3, including the most beautiful and brilliant daughter of her generation. Those are the things you take to your grave. All the other things are completely irrelevant. So, folks, before we start, I want to shock everyone in the audience. 68% of you sitting there today are candidates for a stroke. I will repeat it. 68% of you seated in the audience are candidates for a stroke now. Yeah, they're going to tell you. And I am sure Rita will tell you, you remember that figure of 14 million? All of you, about 90%, are going through some kind of mental health challenge, which is why you're all wearing shorts. Now I know I have your attention, so So I'll start with, we'll really try as much as possible to have a conversation, and I will be coming back to you guys to get you engaged and involved in this. But since I've been given the microphone and I'm the moderator, Uganda has a long tradition of autocracy. So I'll abuse my power and ask 2 Rotarians to stand up because I know they're here. Rotarian Paselubega, and I think he's a PDG, Kenneth Kiza. Where are they? I want them to stand up. I think you know him as Gumpo. those guys, if you want to talk about a healthy living, talk to those two, because I know what they are doing to reverse the problems that we're going to discuss. Sabrina, talk to us, because the guys in the audience are both parents and people who are going through the kinds of issues that you're talking about. How does a child go through from the start and present the kind of mental health issues that many of us as parents begin to see with children, maybe in their adolescence, and we start talking about, but what's wrong with this child? Ono mwana nemye, mwana mulalu. Sorry, for those who don't understand Luganda, if you didn't go to UPE, I'll translate. There will be some. So many of the parents just don't seem to understand these issues. Can you just take us through the early stages and then how we get to this point that we start to see these challenges and that there are corrective measures? I'll surrender mine. Yeah. Francis, have you?
Thank you very much, Robert, and also very many thanks to the organizers who invited me.
By the way, Sabrina, just a quick question. Can you guys hear us loud and clear?
Can you hear?
Because we can't hear ourselves on this side.
Testing 1, 2. Great. Okay, I just said thank you so much to the organizers for inviting us to be at this amazing panel. We've had a lot of fun, and sorry for our dress code. We couldn't share our toothpicks while on stage. But I'd like to say that as a pediatrician, my job is to ensure that every child who is born survives, thrives, and then transforms their society. Dear friends, even before a baby is born, before you start dating, it's important to make the right choice of your lifetime partner. And as you make the right choice...
How would you know?
You must, speaking from the side of women, I'd say that the right partner is not just the tall, dark, and handsome guy.
Okay, so I have hope, right?
With broad shoulders, but a person who is caring, prayerful, and thoughtful, and kind.
Repeat it again.
Prayerful, thoughtful, compassionate, kind, and rich.
And just like that, I've been knocked out.
And also, even before the baby is born, dear friends, by the way, your time to have a baby this year has passed. It was 2 weeks ago. So if you're still planning to have a baby this year, it's too late. Your baby will be born in 2026. So before you have that baby, you must plan for the baby.
So are you saying some people wasted effort last night after the...
Wasted effort, guys. Sorry, you'll have that baby anyway in 2026 during a very interesting season. Before you think of having that baby, be mentally prepared. Because babies don't just happen, or babies should not just happen. When a baby is being prepared to be conceived, the mom should be mentally prepared, dad should be mentally prepared. So that when that baby is between 1 and 3 years, that baby is not traumatized.
Does the trauma occur before the baby is born?
The baby's trauma can happen in utero, but also can happen when the brain is growing really fast. Remember, when a woman is pregnant, the brain starts to grow at around 6 weeks of life. So if you're the kind of dad who comes home a little bit drunk and shouting at a pregnant woman, then you're traumatizing your baby. And the reason I'm talking about trauma, dear friends, is because the trauma that a baby experiences is going to be passed on 3 generations to come to that baby's children and that baby's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. So please do not traumatize children.
Or their mothers.
And as we grow, as babies grow, because would like to talk about the life course approach. As a baby grows from 1 year to 3 years to 5 years, when the brain is at its maximum capacity, we expect that that baby will have learned languages, that that baby will have learned things like saying thank you, being compassionate, being grateful. And as that baby grows into a teenager, and for me, that is the area I'd like to really talk about.
Yeah.
That teenagers are sometimes thought of as people who are stubborn, people who are quiet, people who are not listening to their parents. But I want us
Rebellious.
to reflect today and say that adolescents who are people aged 10 to 19 years are very important people. They are very special. Dear parents, if your adolescent is not talking to you, is not responding to you, wants to have a night out, give them the grace. Do not be angry with them. The brain grows again for the very last time between 10 years and 22. And the window of creativity closes at 22 years.
So you mean us here on this side, it is too late?
So for you who has not been creative, you're not a Rotarian, you're not an interactor, you're not trying to develop projects, you're not letting your children be creative, you're not letting them explore their minds, you are frustrating them. You are curtailing their ability to be the ones who are going to transform this country. There's been a lot of vibes around girl empowerment.
Sorry, Sabrina, just
Yes.
to go back to that issue. So, talk to the parents now. What do you mean by grace? What do you mean, how do you balance between boundaries of making sure that the child has values? You know, I think you understand what I mean. And allowing them to explore the world, so to speak.
So, there are two types of parents. Those who are bossy and those who are loosey-goosey, like anything goes.
Liberal.
Like, and children know it. They know you're the tough cop and they know you're the cool cop.
Yeah.
But be in between. Be the one that listens. A lot of young people tell us they want parents with a small mouth, with big ears and small eyes. Be the kind of parent.
No, please, for there are
listens.
people in the audience who need to hear that properly. They were not paying attention.
Dear parents, whenever we ask teenagers, what kind of parent would you like to have in your house? They constantly draw a picture that has a big head, a small mouth, small eyes, and very big ears. Our children would like us to listen to them. If you're the kind of bossy parent who always says, no. Mommy, may I go out? No. Daddy, may I have a phone? No. Daddy, may I go to this school? No. You're a bossy parent. You're going to create antagonism. And that child will look for solutions. And those solutions, unfortunately, may be dangerous. The people who I would want to share and send to my colleague.
So, sorry, I
Yes.
really, I am going to stay with you, Sabrina, on this because I would like you to clarify for us. So you are saying that parents who are frustrated about the behavior of their teenage children, instead of trying to find the problem with their children, they should look to themselves where they're going wrong.
Exactly. And
No,
when I say offer grace, I want all of us to reflect that once upon a time, we were teenagers, we were adolescents. But guess what? You turned out well. You're wearing shorts today, but you're amazing people. You may have jumped walls and gone for all those discos, but you turned out well anyway. So offer your children grace. Offer them grace and listen to them, and be present. Parents usually suffer from tuberculosis.
What do you mean by being present?
Being present means you don't suffer from TB. And by TB, I'm not meaning tuberculosis. I'm meaning too busy. Too busy to attend their school, too busy to be present for them, too busy to listen to them. You're at home, but actually you're not present. You're on your phones reading through all the WhatsApp groups that you belong to. Dear friends, be present. Be present for your children. Be there when they are graduating. Be there when they are saying their first vows. Be there when they are going for confirmation classes. Be there for them. Take them to school. Talk to them, but listen to them.
Let me move to Rita. Rita, this is your world, and you are telling us, Tori Weka. How are we not feka?
Hi, that's a great question. And again, thank you to the organizers for having me join this great panel. I think, to Doc's presentation on the importance of our childhood and adolescence, it's very important for us to understand, firstly, that our mind is our greatest asset. There's nothing more you have, really. It's your mind, because it's with that mind that is healthy that you're able to make sound decisions and do everything that you can do, whether it's to be creative, whether it's to lead, whether it's to do business, whether it's to run a family, raise your children well. It's your mind. Everything starts from there. And also to, again, remind people that we are body, mind, and spirit as human beings. So we often forget, we know we are the body, you feel the body, you feel the pain, you feel the excitement physically, but you forget that your mind is a critical part of that. And of course, your spirit. So body, mind, and spirit balance is really critical for our mental health. So when it comes to children, we know, and as Sabrina has said, everything really starts from a very young age. Everything you hear, everything you see, everything you feel, all of that impacts your mental health, positively or negatively, right? And here I want to emphasize again, when people hear the word mental health, the average person thinks you're talking about mad people that need to be in Botabika. No, that's not what we are talking about. We're talking about the health of your mind, and all of us have it. So we all need to be very conscious and very mindful.
So we're not talking about clinical mental health per se, because that has a way of being dealt with. We're talking about generally you having a healthy emotional state of mind, if I may put it that way.
Exactly, but we are not talking about mental illness. So a lot of times people equate mental health to illness.
So I want to pursue an important question for me with that. In terms of the relationship that parents have in the house and how they communicate and the emotional context in which the children grow up, how important is that for the health of the children and even of themselves?
Yeah. That's a critical question. In fact, there is a lot of evidence that shows that the mental well-being or mental health of a parent or a primary caregiver directly impacts the health of the children. So think of a parent who is stressed, is going through a whole lot of things. Maybe it's because of a business deal that went through, fell through, or whatever happened. And they come home and they're screaming at everybody. They're, beating on the wife, because we know there's a lot of gender-based violence in this country.
Some of them just have bad bosses, really.
Yeah, some have a really nasty boss.
These are not very easy to deal with.
A really nasty boss that makes you carry this burden, and then you go and splash it out on your entire family, and your children are experiencing that. Now, that is trauma. That's the trauma that Sabrina is talking about. Now, your child comes home, excited. I was talking to young people recently. I do have a podcast on YouTube, and we have many stories captured there. But young people were telling me that, our parents actually don't see us. They don't see us, they don't hear us, we don't exist. All they want to see is a report card. You bring a good report, we can now talk.
And
anything besides that...
The only time the children turn up is to ask for mobile money.
Well, the question is, how often are you with your children in circumstances where you're not requiring something from them? How many times do you have a conversation with your child which has nothing to do with their report card or the mistakes they made at school or why they were called in at the disciplinary, committee, whatever of the school? How many conversations do you have with your children just for just? Let me find out, how are you doing, my child? How was your day today? What is really going on? What's bothering you? What could have made today better? Those are the kinds of questions we need to be asking our children, not once a month, but daily.
So I'll tell you a quick story that happened in my house. My youngest boy called a family meeting at the instigation of his sister.
Yeah.
And they wanted to discuss the fact that I was running too much. And it was affecting my physical health. So it can also be, what I learned from that is that children have an opinion.
Yeah.
about the type of parent that they want us to be. How important is it to create an opportunity for such a conversation, and where can such opportunities be created? Dining table? Talk to us about it.
That is really critical, because the young people are saying to us that, you know what, our parents are just completely absent. Yes, we know they are trying to make the money. We know they're wanting to get us to these fancy schools. But what is it for if your child is actually going to end up down the wrong road because you just didn't see what was happening with them? So there's a lot of children struggling. There are issues in school. Today there's probably more bullying than there was back in that day, because social media is a tool for bullying, right? So cyberbullying is a huge thing.
There's also pressure of social money.
Pressure. Social pressure is huge. I've seen proms here that are just crazy, and you see children
the parents
coming
are in the audience.
Yeah,
they're looking at you.
You're the parents who are paying for these proms, right?
Yeah.
And you wonder, what are you trying to create here? What are you really trying? What point are you trying to make? And so, and who are you trying to impress? Is this child going to carry on with that lifestyle? So we create this artificial world where we fund the habits. We had a case this week. We actually had a psychiatry grand round, which I attended. And this young person was actually this young child, young person, 18 years old, started using drugs at 16. But one of the drivers and one of the parents is actually a surgeon. They had no idea. This child was using TIC, this thing called ice, very, very toxic. And this child started at 16, and she's getting an allowance which was slashed down to $1,500 a month.
I am told, yes, I am told that one of the most effective recreational drugs is codeine. So what the kids do is they buy a cough syrup and pour it in Sprite, and it's more effective than 9 beers or something called Torero. Is that right?
Yeah, so today there is a lot more concoctions, and remember, children have access to this internet, which gives them information. The things that we used to see on TV, in movies, it's real now. So we're having a massive challenge. We've done our mental health assessments that we do routinely in school. We are picking up 20 to 25% of children going through issues that really require professional interventions.
I'm just, as you were speaking, I was wondering, why is it that Discon doesn't allow or doesn't provide for those who are coming to come with their children, so that their children can see what this Rotary busyness does? But now I was just thinking, I didn't ask you guys to respond, I was just thinking aloud. But one final question to you, Rita. What about the kind of company and friends that parents keep? You see, for me, I can show off. Everybody who is on the front here is my friend. Katongole, Chitakule, Anonkutu. That's the kind of company I keep. Okay, sometimes we are hung up, but you know, those types of people. How important is it, the social circle that you keep and that you introduce your children to?
Yeah, really critical. As I said, what we see, hear, and feel as children, you know, from a childhood age, will influence our lives. 14%, 50%, half of mental illnesses actually start before the age of 14, right? So everything that you surround yourself with, even you as a parent, remember your own mental health is going to influence the health of your children. So you surround yourself with people who are only interested in talking about business, sports, all the good things, but never giving any space to hear you and see you where you're at. So you don't open up, especially the men. You don't open up, you don't have those conversations. So you go back home with all the frustration, and you don't have anywhere to release this frustration, and you pour it out on your children, and you traumatize those children. So there's a whole lot of issues, and when we say Toliweka, we know that this is a massive problem. When we've talked about the 14 million Ugandans that are struggling, it is true, because we are picking up that number.
But that was 2 years ago. It's probably gone up significantly.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to disclose a little known secret, but today is the time to make it public. Me and Francis Kamlegea were teenagers at the same time. And so I know a lot of his escapades. I was very pleasantly surprised when the man became country manager of PwC. Kamlegea. But no. So Francis, me and you have had this shared journey. If this shocks the guys in the audience, from June 1981 up the Nile, we are Honorary Busoga. We are. Spent 6 years in Busoga. And Chitakule cannot backbite me in any way. I don't know where his brother is. His brother, Dan, was a year below us. You remember him? He used to do mathematics as if it was a computer, before computers came. But Francis, we also have this shared experience where we left employment round about the same time. By employment, I mean formal employment. We're still employed, by the way. And interestingly, both of us are growing coffee, but it's doing something more honorable for society than I could have ever imagined. So, Francis, tell us, how do you transition from what has become your identity for like 20 years? Like, your identity was PwC was Kamlegea. How do you transition from that to a nondescript farmer who now uses sign language? And you want to tell us why you use sign language? Maybe you can speak in sign language and then something. No, Francis, please. So and there's lots of people in this audience who are beginning to think, how do I move on? And what are the mental health challenges, even the physical health ones, that go into the evening of your life? Yeah, go on, Francis.
Great, thank you very much, Robert. Let me start by thanking the organizers for this wonderful conference, and most importantly, for the panel that they've put together here. I just like the way the two doctors have teed this up for probably myself and Fabian. We started with conception and everything that goes with it. I didn't know that those things have such an impact in the later years. And now we've gone to adolescent and parenting. From there on, of course, we go into work, where most of you are and many of us are. But then I'm being asked to talk about the transition. So, Robert, you said there's something that was left out when you're being introduced, and then you talked about you being a father, a husband, and your 3 lovely children. Something I want you, ladies and gentlemen, in the conference to reflect on, and you can practice this because it's very, very important. I have 2 questions, and you don't need to answer them. The first question is, tell me about yourself, and that is who you are. And the second question is, what do you do? Very few people would be able to say their name and then don't go to CEO, whatever, PGDE, this, and chairman, Francis, that, and the other.
Francis, you're talking to an audience that's obsessed with those things. PDG, PPP, PLE, what?
I'll get to that. I'll get to that. So the English language is a very good language. There is what they call phonetics, for those of you who studied languages, and then there's what they call etymology, the root of the word. A lot of the English words are from Latin, and some are from Greek. So identity comes from a Greek word, which literally translated means continued being. Your identity is the continued being.
Repeat it again for the second time, twice.
So identity, you have AI, you have Google, you have whatever. You listen to us now. Don't do that. Yeah, it is from a Greek word. I can't say it in Greek, but if translated in Greek, the original Greek, like the original Latin and all these original languages, it is continued being. I respect Rotary. I joined Rotary in 2002. I joined Kampala South. I was inducted by the late Agri Kankunda. Back then, the club was very, very vibrant, and I'm so impressed to see that that vibrancy has continued. The people that were in the club back then, I hope they still are, were Anthony Mwanda, Ebert Biencha, Oscar Kihika, of course, the late Agri. I left Uganda in 2003, went to work in Kenya, and I spent quite a bit of time looking for a mother club. And as I was looking for a mother club, a gentleman called Sam Mugoya came and told me, let's go running. And I started running with the Hashers, and I just continued running. And after running, Hashers have a very interesting tradition. I think in Rotary it's called swallowship. That was also very, very exciting for me. And when I came back, that train had moved. But to give comfort to the good friend Rotarians, especially my very good brother here, Emmanuel, I do Rotary things. And if we have time, I can tell you about my school for the deaf in Masaka, which celebrated 20 years 2 weeks ago. So the question is, who are you and what do you do? Ladies and gentlemen, I was born in 1967. Back then, life expectancy was 48 years. So,
and infant mortality was very high.
Very, very high. Yeah. So, technically, I should have died 10 years ago.
Or even at the beginning.
Or at the beginning. Yeah. But I'm here, and I think I'll be around for a good 30 plus years. Yeah. Why do I say this? It's because whatever you're doing now, it's very, very unlikely that you'll be doing it for the next 10 years. In fact, if you continue doing it for the next 10 years in its current shape and form, then you are not progressing. And maybe you stopped living. We are living in a time where we're going to transition from one career to another. And the conversation we've had from the two doctors already is about transitioning. And at times we underestimate our ability to transition and do new things. But the truth is, you are not going to retire, because again, statistics show that when you retire and do nothing, you die within 5 to 7 years.
No. 3.
3. Okay, I was reading, actually the statistic I'm sharing is a statistic from our farm in the US, when they came back and asked the farm to pay higher insurance premiums. And the farm was arguing that our partners are a lot younger, why are you asking us to pay more money? And the message was, those who retired at 60 are dying very quickly.
And Francis, one more reason. It's maybe 5 to 7. Yeah. I've had 3. But for men, if your spouse goes fast, 6 months.
Okay, let's talk
You argue. You are coming. Where we are. Where are you?
Yeah. So we're talking about children. He's bringing spouses. So we are so busy being busy that we think that when we retire, we will then spend time with the spouse or the children. Question is, will they want to spend time with you? Because you are never there.
They've actually moved on.
They have moved on. And a lot of it will come out through the conversation. So who are you? What do you do? Try not to become the thing, because that thing will go away. It will. It's been happening and it will happen. But most importantly, plan for a life of fulfillment, of activity, and there's so much that you can do if you are open-minded and you're not entrapped, 1, by the status and title, and 2, by your profession. Because he said we went to the same school. He studied law, but I don't think he's ever lawyered anything. But he's had such a great life and continues to do so. I studied agriculture at university, and it's taken me 40 years to go and do agriculture. So ladies and gentlemen, don't be the thing. Otherwise, the thing will entrap you, and it will possess you, and you'll die very quickly.
Francis, one of the things when I have been asked to say what you're saying, one of the most important things at that stage is continuing human connection. Those of us who lived in offices, one of the things the office was a social setting. When you're removed from that social setting, you struggle. One of the things I do is I promote Rotary membership. And so I would like to recommend, so Emmanuel, Anne, can you create a program for recruiting retirees? Yes, they need, but also what's most important is in Rotary you meet young people and you have no idea how young people revitalize your brain when you're at my stage, but that will come later. So I'm going to do this. We had agreed on a format which I'm going to change a bit because of the timing. I am going to ask that the audience mics go around. I will take the first 4 questions. Be prepared, don't put up your hands yet. The first 2 will be from women. The next one will be from a young person, and the third one from a man. Sorry, the fourth one from a man. I'm alerting you, Ale. Please ask our members here, each one question. Are we together? Have you understood? English, okay? No problems? Very good. So, Fabian, one of the things since I left work that I have become famous for in certain circles, maybe not here, but in certain circles, I went to a meeting and I said, we are broke. And it became part of my identity, as Francis has been saying. And then I was invited to a church, and then I told them that, there are days when I quietly go to Madame and ask for something. She, with a big smile, gives me a gorilla, and I also smile because then I can go to town confident. And people, actually I met some friends, female friends, who were very annoyed with me. They said, you have created a problem for us. I said, what is it? Said, for us we've been giving 20,000. Now your wife has increased the rate to 50,000. So talk to us about the need for those of us who are in the early evening of our lives, early, around 4 p.m. How do we deal, because finances and financial welfare is one of those things that breaks a lot of aging people, especially people who have not been in a position where they have nothing. I used to go to a petrol station and I would tell the guy, I would look the other side and say, full tank. Then I would present the card. Now when I drive, I look at the billboard keenly. I don't care what petrol station it is. As long as it is 4,813, I go in. Because at Shell it is 4,800 or 4,999. And I know that if, talk to us, how do we get to that point?
Things are that tight.
No, thank you very much, Robert. And it is always a pleasure to share, and it is an honor to share experiences. And I want to thank my fellow panelists for the sharing that we are having. I'll start by relating a story. I have a father who stopped working in 1981 when I was in senior 1 because he was displaced by the wars that were, raging on at that time. Since 1981, he stopped working. Up to today, he's lucky he still lives because he has a son who can give him some money and cater for his financial welfare. I'm saying lucky because not any one of us, because we've taken children to school, they are well off, that they will come back to look after us. And that one needs to sink in the minds of everybody that is in this room.
I think it was the Deputy Managing Director of NSSF, Issa Avidie, who said that we are the last generation that will look after our parents. We should not expect our children to look after us.
Now, I ask myself, is this father happy
much as he has a son who gives him, financial well-being, I'm sure he's not. And people who know happiness tell us that there are 3 things that you need to have for you to be happy. First and foremost is self-esteem. Now, that father, I don't think he has self-esteem because he depends on somebody else to be able to survive. The second thing that makes you happy in a sustainable manner is freedom of choice. Does he have freedom of choice? For example, he can wake up and says, I'm going to Ginger to attend a function. If my priorities or the son's priorities are something else, maybe not. And of course, you won't have those 2 things if you are not financially secure. Therefore, it is important for us, if we are to be happy in a sustainable manner, to be able to ensure that we've catered for our financial welfare. And that financial welfare doesn't start now. It starts all the way from conception.
The young people, please listen.
Actually, those of you who are planning to produce, if you know the names of the children that you will produce, you can still putting aside money to teach them when they are born how to save. Saving becomes very critical right from preconception. We are lucky that there are institutions that have put in place systems which enable people to save. And one of those institutions is Centenary Bank.
Bugalo, 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 Bugalo. Cancer run is coming.
This bank has put in place a system whereby all the way from preconception you can create an account where you can begin to save before the child, begins also to understand the importance of saving.
As soon as Madam announces,
even if,
the good news.
As long as you think you get an idea, then you are able to begin preparing for the financial well-being of that person. And that will be a start for that person to understand the importance of savings.
Fabian, I want to take you a little back. You've talked quite well about the systems that are in place. How should we, and I don't think it's too late yet for all of us, how should we think about money and financial wellness in terms of our thought process? I mean, you've done this, so you know how you think. So just share how your mental process works.
Well, somebody was saying that if there is noise, money will run away. That's what somebody said, and I agree with him.
Yeah.
So we need to look at money as something that we need to care for.
Right.
As something that we need to, plant. And the way you water a flower, is the way you need to water money as you make it.
Yes.
However little. I look at, for example, my staff at the bank.
Yes.
I'm sure they are decently paid.
Yes.
And paid on time.
Yes.
We actually pay twice a month.
Same amount or...
But it is amazing that when a salary goes onto their account, at that time they don't even use our canteen. They go to Cafe Javas.
Oh. And that Friday, generally, people go home minimum 2 a.m.
They are ready to call their friends to a joint, buy all the beers because they work with the bank.
Yeah. No, sorry, finish.
No, we need, again, to know that we need to look after this money. And for you to be financially happy sustainably, you don't have to be too rich. You need to understand the things that will make you happy.
Before you finish, I was just going to say, one of the most interesting observations I've made is the psychology of these women who sell roadside snacks, maize, bogoya. When you pay them, you should see and it's 2,000 shillings, you should see the importance with the way they fold the 2,000 and then they hide it. In my mother's days, it used to be somewhere here, in the bra. So they already attach a lot of, so is that the kind of thinking we should take to whatever amount of money we have.
Absolutely. That is the kind of importance and care that we need to attach to the money, however little. We always tell people, some people will argue that, for me, I don't have money, I'm not earning a lot, therefore I can't save. And we are telling them even a poor person can save.
Okay, so I'm going to let my guys here have a quick fire response to each one of whatever they've said. So Francis, you shoot first. 2 minutes.
Okay, I wanted to add on to Fabian's. I like simplicity, and I live in the village, so I cannot have so many big technical words out there. And when it comes to money and personal financial wellness, there are 5 points that you need to reflect on. The starting point is income, because that's when you earn. And Fabian has referred to that, paying people twice a month. Often what happens thereafter is spending. Now, if you spend everything you've earned, you're in big trouble. So my advice and guidance is do not spend everything, however little it is that you're earning. So earning less spending, you should then be having some to save. Usually there's confusion between saving and investment, and this is not financial literacy, but I still try to simplify it.
Hey.
It's very, very easy to start investing if you have savings. So you earn 100, maybe spend just 60. According to financial literacy, people say that 40% goes to housing and rental and mortgage and whatever it is. But we spend a lot, and the reason why we spend a lot is because we desire a lot. The reason why we desire a lot is because of the social comparison.
No, even childhood trauma.
Childhood trauma, and making up for the things. Let me finish this, Robert. So spend less, that will enable you to save. When you save, maybe you have enough that can now justify you to be credit worthy.
Right.
Because credit worthy means you are worthy of credit. And I chair I&M Bank, he's CEO of Centenary Bank. There are lots of bankers in this place. They will give you money over and above your savings, and then you invest. And a lot of the people in this audience maybe are in that phase of investing. You need to be very clear how you're going to diversify your portfolio. And when you get to my 58 going 65, you should be in a situation where your money is making money for you.
They've told you. Sabrina. By the way, the people with your questions now be ready, because I'm about to start exercising dictatorship.
Thank you very much, Francis and Fabian, for educating us about money. But I'd like to talk about how parents relate money and their children. If your parent tells you that they don't have money, I know when we were growing up, my mom always told us, "Sina sente. Mommy, we want to go and watch a movie, Sina sente." And that became a song. And she explained to us that at that time she was a nurse and she didn't have the money. Clearly we could tell she was earning so much. But if you're the kind of parent who tells your child, "Sina sente," and then they see you going out to Discon, you've paid $250, you're enjoying, you're sharing pictures of taking big bottles of wine, and then you told the kids at home that Toina
there are some people in here I know.
That is a problem.
I'm looking at them.
It is important to have clear communication and transparency in your communication. It is good to save, but who are you saving for? Chew the money, take your kids out on a vacation, let them understand that you can afford to take them to a good hotel like the Sheraton or wherever, so that they learn how to use cutlery. Because if they grow older, and then they are swept away by this guy who comes like a knight in shining armor, and because they've never gone out to a good hotel, they will quickly get absorbed into the wrong hands. Let them learn self-esteem from home. Let them practice good culture. Celebrate your children. If they do something good, celebrate them. But don't be in the habit of always saying, "There's no money because I'm saving." You're saving it for who? You're saving it until you die? Thank you.
Right. So yeah, okay. First lady on the other side. Anyone on this side? Oh, the governor has left. You start with governor. She may not pay for the lunch. And then the lady there. So who is the young man? Oh, okay. I'll exercise dictatorship. Young lady, because I said young person. A man. A man. Is he in shorts or a skirt? Professor Massa, forgive me. Okay, so let's do those four, and then we will move very quickly.
Thank you very much, Robert. First of all, for the compliment about people joining Rotary and interacting with young people. I mean, if I wasn't with young people, I'd never be in shorts at a conference. But I have two short questions, and one is for Rita.
Yeah.
One of the challenges that we see lately is mental health issues around the youth. When we were growing up, our parents were quite harsh, but we came out okay, somehow. Now, these days, we have a challenge that we don't know whether to shout to our kids, we don't know whether to beat them, we don't know how to deal with them because they seem so fragile. They have so many issues, and I want you to tell us, how should we deal with the youth of today? Right. And then the other question I have for Francis, he said, you know, we need to have a distinction between who am I and what do I do? I'd like Francis to tell us, who are you, so that we know how to answer that question. Thank
Wonderful. There's the lady here at the back. Please introduce yourself, even the Rotary Club, where you belong. You can also tell us who you are. What you do, we don't want to know, really.
Thank you very much. I am the Golden President from the Rotary Club of Kampala, and my name is Robina Namsisi. Thank you very, very much for this conversation. I am a strong advocate for early saving. After, of course, collecting my NSSF package, I realized I had, some money. I've spent it, people. I've since spent it. But, it was money that was collected from the different workplaces, so it makes sense. And I really wanted to tell the young people here, if your employer is not remitting NSSF, report them. But my issue is about what I've been hearing from all these talks, where you're like, oh, you should have started saving a long time ago, you should have started doing this so many years ago, and I feel it does put pressure on some people, and it could also be part of the reason we have this corruption in the workplace, we have corruption in the public office. There's a lot of, oh, you didn't save, oh, you can't do this. And also the examples that we are given, oh, you no longer go to, what is it called? The Rotary Convention in Calgary. You can't do this, you can't do that. So so I think probably we need to deliver this message in a different way, because we end up putting pressure. And for me, we end up doing things we shouldn't be doing. And the last one is... Finally. You will save the money because you've been busy, you haven't been in position to invest it. So when you're retired, you start to look for investment opportunities. You want to build a house, but the site engineer thinks he's going to build his own house out of your house. So how do so we need some ideas on how to navigate the corrupt environment in which we retire to. Thank you very much.
Great. There's a young lady across right there. Again, intro, Rotary Club, status.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rotarian Ainembabazi Susan from the mighty Rotary Club of Boyogere Nambole. Boyogere Oye. I have two questions.
Status. There are some young men who might make a mistake.
We shall have that discussion. So I have two questions. The first one is, how do you redefine purpose and identity after retiring from a long career? And what can we do to make that transition smoother? This goes to Francis and Robert. And the second question is, you have told us beautiful stories about retirement if you went back in time, what would you do different? Thank you.
Professor Omaswa. Professor Omaswa is right here. This front table there. By the way, for those of you who are young, that is the man who saved us from AIDS. You look at him critically. Hey, don't pass eyes through him when you meet him.
Yeah, for the young ones, those were very difficult days. So many people were dying. The coffin makers were very busy. And there was no medicine. But then, together with the president of Uganda and other people, Dr. Sam Okware and so on, we got a slogan with drums and so on, ABC. You remember that?
That's why we are still here. Those of us who are here.
That's why we are still here. So I was encouraged by my colleagues here to put up my hand. The message I would like to share is that it's about wellness and health. The single most important message is that your health, my health, is my own responsibility, your own responsibility. God created our bodies in such a way that they are very finely balanced for health. Something is going wrong, the system physiologically will correct itself. You are hungry, eat, because the sugar is low in your system. It is a time to go to sleep, you are yawning, because it's now time to go to sleep. You are short of water, you feel thirst. And when you've had enough, it also tells you, okay, that's enough, stop there. So if we just listen to our bodies, we are disciplined enough to listen to our bodies, then we have health. But we don't do that. We don't do that. People are smoking cigarettes. Lungs were not made for cigarettes.
Last night they were yawning, but the band was playing and they refused to leave.
So that's the message I would like to share. Your health is your own responsibility. Just look after yourself and those whom you are in charge of, your children and your parents and so on, and go early for a medical check. Most of the people here, yesterday someone asked those below 35, they are very few. All of us should be going for a medical check at least once a year. Someone said we are all candidates for stroke. How many of you know what your blood pressure is? Hands up.
Mulimba.
Yeah, that is good. Many know.
I'm not too sure, but we will take it.
And it is easier to control high blood pressure if you know what it is. Instead of waiting for a stroke, so-and-so has died, what happened, we don't know. So, friends, your health is your own responsibility. That's the message.
Thank you, Professor. So, I come back to my panel.
I'm told that I should have introduced myself and said that I come from the Rotary Club of Kampala, surrounded by all these people.
Professor Francis Omaswa.
Yes.
That is the man. That's why many of us are still here. So I'll come back very quickly. Each one of you has 1 minute to respond, and I'll start with you, Fabian, and then Rita, and then finish with Sabrina.
No, thank you very much. I'll specifically respond to the Magic President question and concern about pressures on savings. We are telling them that everybody must save. Even if you haven't saved yet, the most important thing is the realization that you should start to save. Right. So it is never too late. It is never too late. You need to begin at any time. Don't feel pressured, but get the realization that it is critical, important to begin saving. Then the other question about, you get your savings from NSSF, and then you begin, figuring out where to put it. I always tell people, money that you've saved over people is your lifetime sweat. And you don't have to experiment with your lifetime sweat. You need to use that money for things you are comfortable with. Be risk-averse at that level. Get into things that you understand. When you look at Robert and Francis, the things they transitioned into, they are not things they hadn't started working on much earlier. I'm sure he was growing coffee much earlier.
Oh, yeah.
This man, we used to visit his place at Saza in Ibudu much earlier when he was still the CEO of PwC. So he knew the risks involved. He had the passion. He had even studied agriculture, much as he had invaded our profession of accountants. But you see, it is things he had prepared for.
Right.
If you are transitioning, don't feel pressured into experimenting with your little savings into things you don't quite understand.
Right. Rita.
Thanks.
Hey, Bugalo. I told you Cancer Run is coming. You are going to...
Yeah, so the question from the DG around our youth, why are they seemingly more fragile now? I think we need to reflect on how much time we engage with these children growing up. Our children are pretty fragile right now because we actually don't spend any time with them to nurture those skills, those social-emotional skills that will make them resilient. You will remember that, well, at least for the people sitting here, we grew up with our parents telling us, okay, wash those dishes, do this, clean the house, blah, blah. These days, there's 3 maids in the home. Children do nothing. They're on their social media the whole day. And then there's these influencers. They're connected to a whole entire world of other youth out there. You don't know who they are talking to on a day-to-day. And a lot of their thing is, my rights, my rights. But what about your responsibilities? So they know their rights, but they don't seem to know their responsibilities. The next important thing is the schooling. In Uganda, the school pressure is just crazy. These children don't even do any sport, any social cultural activities in school.
There are no sports fields.
Yeah, there are no sports fields.
Every part of the school is built up.
Yeah, schools are built up, but also parents and teachers are more concerned about the grades. And some of the youth were telling me recently that, their teacher were telling them, your parent is not going to ask you, what did you score? Were you the best footballer or did you win this? We are only concerned about marks. And that does not actually grow these other social-emotional skills. Your resilience, your ability to handle pressure, your ability to be a good team player. And these are skills that you're going to need in life, communication skills, your ability to be able to problem solve. And one of the things that we found in a study that we did with Ugandan children and South African children, young people actually, was that ours in Uganda were the worst off in terms of all of those skills. Social-emotional skills, very, very poor. And that meant that they cannot be resilient when they face challenges.
Right.
And that is one thing we really have to do. We need to invest in social-emotional skills and make sure we empower these children as earlier on as possible, but also not to neglect our role as parents.
Right.
You don't hand over your role to schools. You start at home and do your part, and then the school should build on that.
One of the things I used to disagree with were people who send drivers to go and pick their children at school. How did you make the child with the driver? Anyway, Francis.
Okay, the question from DG and also another one from the young lady relating to purpose. I'm not going to describe how I describe myself, but I'm just going to give you some cues on how you can be able to define yourself. So what are your values? Why do you work? We work so hard. We are so busy being busy, but why do you work?
Yeah.
And don't tell me it's for money, because money is just an enabler. There's a reason why you work. Even if you got $1 million, chances are that you start working after, because it's not about the money. Thirdly, how do you want to be remembered? Now, the moment you start thinking that way, because we all go, and we've all been to the cathedral, to the mosque, and nobody has ever talked about how much the late so-and-so had in the bank. There are certain soft things that define who you are, what you've done for humanity, and what you've done to make this world a better place. So don't feel pressure about saving if you think it's not for you, but how much is your enough? Because most of the time we are running races that are not ours. Wherever I look on the side, somebody will have something bigger, faster, newer, more shiny, you name it.
Your car is
But
bigger than mine.
how much is your enough? The moment you are okay with that, then we go back to Professor. Your health is your wealth. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody who has a smartphone, an iPhone, there is an app called Health. It can measure your pulse rate. Now, when you upgrade to a premium, which is $4.99, it can measure your oxygen content in the blood. Whenever you hear that somebody's organs have failed, it's because the blood is not carrying enough oxygen to those organs. You should be scoring 95% and above this youthful crowd here. If you are not, you need to speak to these doctors.
Sabrina.
I'm just calculating and saying $4 per month is about 20,000 shillings per month. And in 1 year, you'll be spending how much? 240,000.
Yeah.
And yet, a pulse oximeter is just 60,000, which you can keep in your pocket. So maybe we don't need to give more money to iPhone.
No, I can.
But save that
I also
money.
have a small solution. It's called a smartwatch.
All right. But the point I wanted to make is,
Hey.
much as we are saying that your health is your wealth, I need us to understand what is health anyway. We've talked about physical health, we've talked about mental health, and we've also need to talk about sexual health. Many times we neglect sexual health, and yet as people grow older and they retire, their hormones are becoming less and less and less. And they are going into menopause, and men are going into andropause. And those two conditions create mental health problems.
Is that the biological name for ED?
It's always been there, and I think we need to talk about it. Why? Because as parents grow older, they tend to think, especially the men, that this woman is no longer sexually active. Maybe I need to find someone else who's younger to become more virile, you know? And then it affects the children. It affects the children how?
No.
When the children see you fighting because you got a hot babe, they will get
Sabrina.
mental problems.
Sabrina.
And I think it's important for us to...
It's not just the women.
Even the women
No, the men.
find hotter guys.
You know, these heart attacks you hear on Saturday afternoon.
Okay. So maybe I need to finish the conversation. That human beings, dear friends, are the only ones who cannot immediately run the moment they are born. When a baby elephant is born, the elephant will run and start eating grass. When a baby giraffe is born, it will fall down and start looking for grass. But when a baby human is born, they depend on the mother. They depend on the mother until they are about 5 years to survive. And if the mother is not mentally stable, she's going to traumatize the child. And do not forget, childhood trauma is passed on for 3 generations to come. Something called generational epigenetics. If you're a parent in this room and you're beating up your little baby because they are not drinking the milk, because they are not eating the food that you served, you are creating trauma. Cross-generational trauma that will affect your great-great-great-grandchildren. We all want to survive, and we want to survive until 100 years or more. But we cannot survive if we have NCDs, and Professor Maswa talked about them. Please go for your health checkups. Please make sure that your hearts are protected. Dying of a broken heart, whether literally or emotionally, is not a good way to die. Thank you.
Okay, so the organizers have given me a couple more minutes to let a gentleman at the back say what he's got to say. Please don't ask about the blue pill. We're discussing serious matters of hormonal imbalance.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Rotarian Sam Sendiwala from the Rotary Club of Kampala 7 Hills. I represent the boy child, and the boy child is my business, the young boys and the men that are here. Moderator, we have a problem in Africa, and this rotates around co-parenting. We are not so good about co-parenting. We all start relationships with the end goal of staying together for a lifetime. But when circumstances happen along the way, our colleagues, the ladies, walk away with a lot of anger. And they block some men who wish to be part of the young people. Both ways. It can be both sides. So, how can the panelists there guide a few of us on how to handle and support our young people? Because they are the ones that are suffering. They were not part of the business when we were starting our business and enjoying our happiness.
Right.
Secondly, the causes of also mental health with young people are the people that are here. Most of the people that are here are very influential. Your son has got 14 points, but you want him in SMAC or King's College where young people 4 points, 5 points are there. So they go and they stress themselves with academics competing with people. Because you are so influential, you can knock the doors and get the position there. That's why also young people are struggling. And lastly.
Are you sure?
Yes. Okay. And then lastly, the parents here, balangira nnyo abaana, they take them on trips, Dubai and the sort, and then when they get some issues, I wasted my money, I took you to Dubai. Did they ask you? Mulekerawo kulangira abaana. Thank you.
So I am coming back here, and I'll give that question to Rita to finish off.
Yeah, no, those are great questions. I think that parenting, first of all, it's a shared role. And you're so right that there is a lot of absentee parents, absentee dads especially, unfortunately. It's a huge problem. So young men grow up without any role models.
True.
And young women grow up not being loved by their the man who should love them first.
Exactly.
Is missing, right? And then they get this other one that comes on and shows them all this love. And they get so excited because they've never experienced that kind of love. The dad wasn't there, yeah?
Right.
So I think it's really, really critical that you see your role as a parent and take it very seriously. It's not just about money. It's not about paying for things. It's
Right.
about being present. The point around, I want to just share this one statistic. There was a Ryla camp early this year in January, and we did mental health assessments for our young people that were there.
Yeah.
And it was interesting that 20% of the young Rotaractors, they were all Rotaractors, and some Interactors, but they were all 18 to 30
Right.
years old. The girls, there were about 20% of them having mental health challenges and needing help.
Right.
What was shocking for me was the young men. It was 1 in 2, 50%.
What?
Of those young men needed help. Why? There's so much social pressure on our young men.
Right.
Firstly, dad was absent most of the time. They never saw you, learn or deal with issues. When the issues came, you ran. Yeah? When the issues came, you ran. So now he's coming up, he's growing, and he's 25, 26, and he's facing so much pressure to make it, but there's no jobs. We are asking for so many years of experience, but you've just finished college, and there's no opportunities.
And also we have a warped definition of making it.
Exactly. So now, how do they even begin to achieve this pressure for independence and the relationships and all of the things that, of course, are happening in that season of life?
Right.
But what support are we putting in place to help our young people?
Right.
So that's a question I want to leave with you. Think about what we can do as Rotary. What can we do as Rotary? The people that are struggling, some of them are here. Our Rotaractors. 1 in 2 of our Rotaract young men are struggling.
So you're asking them basically, you're doing so much good outside, but there's a lot of good that needs to be done amongst yourselves.
Exactly.
So here, I was asked a question, so I'll take this chance to answer. But I'll start with the one about money. I say this all the time and I'll repeat it. When you have a problem, a medical problem, you go to a doctor. When you have legal problems, you look for a lawyer. When you have land issues, you look for a surveyor. So when you have financial issues, why are you going for advice from your pastor, your witch doctor, your relatives? There are people in this country who are trained to give you financial advice. These Fabians, they are there. The Capital Markets Authority has a list of people who are qualified. So if you're struggling what to do with your NSSF money, first of all, ask NSSF themselves. They have a department that can do that. And then others, you can go to these people. Your relatives, your pastor, your witch doctor, they just want to relieve you of that money. Don't go seeking financial advice from people who are completely incompetent. There are professionals, go and seek advice from them. Then I was asked about retirement. The only thing I will say to you, the young ones, please stop using the word retirement. I didn't go into retirement. I changed careers. I moved from sitting in a corner office to becoming a farmer. And I am doing other things which are completely crazy. I didn't think I would be able to do them. So basically what I'm doing is I'm completely reinventing myself and creating a new person. Who says you should retire? Into what? What are you going to? What? You see, it's an industrial notion that somehow you work for 30 years, then you go and sit at home and die. Who said you should die? If you have 65, 70, go and teach. Go and become a pastor. Or for that matter, a witch doctor. Change careers. Ebisigadde bya very early ku Monday. We close laptops, we end here. Thank you very much. Round of applause for my panelists, Dr. Sabrina Chitaka, Dr. Rita Sonko, Francis Kamlegea, Fabian Kasi, who didn't become doctors, but they are in every sense, and me, Robert Kabushenga. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Allow the round of applause for our incredible speakers. Allow the round of applause for our incredible speakers. Have we learned something today? I invite Simon Okwi.
Okay, so before the wellness speakers get off the stage, let's stand up and stretch a bit. Please stand up. Let's be up. And I'm going to ask Mr. Robert Kabushenga to give us those stretches before he leaves the stage. Yes, ambushed. We are going to stretch a little before we take our seats, and he's going to be our instructor for, okay. Aha, yes. Okay.
Let's raise our hands. All of us, keep the happiness. We've been talking about wellness, and we believe all of you will modify. You clap for our panel. Continue clapping. We clap. More of like this now. Test the hearts. Dr. Maswa said, every 6 months we go for checkup. So you repeat after me. Health, aye. Wellness, aye. Health, aye. Wellness, aye. Wellness, aye. Discon, aye. Panelists, aye. Our families, oh yeah. Exercise, oh yeah. Exercise, oh yeah. Exercise, oh yeah. We look in our palms, all of us. Straight. We count 1 together. 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10. Keep the smiles, keep the smiles. So we repeat. Health, aye. Health, aye. Health, aye. Wellness, aye. Medical checkup, aye. Nutrition, aye. Rotary, aye. Rotary, aye. Our families, aye. Okay, slow. We bend like this. Last one. We count together. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you very much, Coach Bob. Thank you, thank you. Let's appreciate Coach Bob, ladies and gentlemen. I was saying some hands were slapping other people on the other side because of the height, probably. Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and welcome back from that break.
Welcome back from that break. Talking about wellness, the Rotary Club of Lugogo Mango Tree has a football tournament and match between Rotarians and Rotaractors at 3:30 p.m. today at the Ginger Rugby Grounds. Tomorrow, 3:30 p.m. between the Ginger Municipal and the Hotel Training and Tourism Institute. So let's take our wellness seriously, right? Today, the golf tournament will be happening at the golf club at 1 p.m. onward. So if you registered, you should be heading there at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Panabel. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would like to invite a past district governor who was governor at a time when I was also serving my club as president. She is going to introduce to us our next speaker. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, past district Governor Rossetti Nabumba. Corner, corner. Give her the vibe, corner. Corner, 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 corner. Rotary opens opportunities.
Thank you very much. The man with the nice legs. It's a pleasure to stand before you, and I recognize all the protocols as was stated yesterday and today. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker. She had stepped out briefly, but let me still introduce her. Patricia Ithao is a great person. When she comes here, you will see her. She has two things that she loves. One of them is her husband. And this is PDG, IPDG, Leonard Ithao. So there is warmth in the house. The second thing she loves is her shoes. So if you want to have a good relationship, don't step on her shoe. She loves it. Give her a nice shoe. So Patricia Ithao stands at the forefront of transformative leadership in the global corporate arena. As the group CEO of WPP Scan Group PLC, she orchestrates the strategic trajectory of a multinational marketing and communications powerhouse. Patricia's extensive career, spanning influential roles in Unilever, Diageo, East African Breweries Limited, Royal, and Stanford University, epitomizes her commitment to driving business success through insightful leadership. Patricia champions social sustainability. She supports SMEs and leverages her diverse board memberships to promote sustainable business practices within and beyond the corporate realms. She's also an executive coach, emotional intelligence practitioner, sought-after speaker and thought leader and writer. She's a Rotarian from the Rotary Club of Ngongo Road in Nairobi. So when she comes, you'll love her. She's here to deliver a topic about youth and innovation. Patricia, if you are nearby, you are most welcome to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PDG Rossetti Nabumba, for that introduction. As Patricia gets ready, I would like to invite our District Governor-elect, Rotarian Chitakule Geoffrey, to invite our speaker that will be stepping on right now. DJ.
You feel it, but you got it all. Believe it when you forget up.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor and a pleasure to introduce a friend. And he's going to talk about the future of emerging technologies. He spent 24 years working for MTN and the telecom sector. And all of us in this generation, I'm sure you remember what MTN did in terms of transforming telecoms in Uganda and Africa. But also, he's part of young Ugandans that have decided and they're doing a lot of innovations in telecom. He's the managing director of Rock Cloud, and you know Rock Telecom is one of our major sponsors, at the same time as Chief Commercial Officer. And in this role, is leading in providing private cloud services, and he'll tell you what the cloud services are, and also cybersecurity solutions. This young man, we commonly call him Biaru. So please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, James Biaruhanga, Managing Director of Rock Cloud. Thank you.
Yeah, so the DJ didn't play for me the running on song. I already have beef. Hi, everyone. The guys in the back there, I know you're paying from last night. What's up? All right, not too badly. First of all, what an amazing panel that came before. If I had known that that kind of situation was going to happen, I would not have accepted to speak at this time. So the pressure is on, but I think it was very, very educative, and I really loved it. Cheers, guys, for that. My name is James Biaruhanga. My street name is Biaru, and I'm on the streets a lot. I'll talk a bit about tech, but I have to give a quick disclaimer that a lot of the things I had planned to talk about were kind of debunked by the earlier panel. So, this is a case where please make your own judgment on what might be right and what might be wrong, right? because there are several things in the world where it comes down to personal judgment. The screen is not giving the right clarity, but I will definitely try to remember the things I put together. So jumping into the slides, sorry, need to make sure the tech works. Anywhere? Okay. There's a sensor somewhere. I can't quite get it. Okay, so about myself, 25 years in the industry. I have worked for several companies, and I've also worked, done some consultancy work and also run some companies. I've been a banker before, worked at DFCU Bank. Then I worked at Africa Online in Uganda and in Ghana. I worked in MTN Uganda, worked in MTN South Africa. Started Rock Telecom with the notorious Gumpo, as he's mentioned here, and another friend called Roger and another partner called Timothy. We opened a company in Zambia, a Rock in Zambia, in DRC, in Goma. Along my journey, I started a data center company with some investors. Fabian was one of my first customers, actually. Now I'm back at Rock fully, running the Cloud Ambition, and I'll talk a little bit about what we do. But that's just kind of a highlight of my tech space. Sorry. Struggling with this key. Okay, so my mother said, whenever you have a chance to talk to people, use that chance to sell yourself. You never know where your next customer is. My mother is in Kabale. She's a mother's union lady, but she's the greatest salesperson. Those who have met her, Agreka Gonya is in the building, will tell you she will sell sand to the what? To the people who live in the desert. So I'm very proud, and I've learned a lot from her. Oh, I have my brother in the building, by the way. Sorry, before I go far. Birthday boy, Fred Mugisha. He's been a Rotarian since forever. I used to live with him. He was my father figure, and he made me serve several people. Dr. Tusu, I served duty many times on Rotary gatherings. So I've been in the family for a long time. So I want to talk quickly about our companies and what we do, because it's an opportunity to sell myself and sell my services, because I might find my next customer here, but to also give you perspective of why I understand things the way I do. So Rock Investment is a holding company. It owns Rock Telecom, Rockwood, Rock Cloud, and very soon, very, very soon, Rock Mobile. In a couple of months, we should be going mobile. So we're excited about that. Within our company, we have affiliates. Some of our partners have other companies. We have our own companies, and they complete the ecosystem that we are as Rock. There's Year 2 Microfinance. We have TradeLance. Year 2 is a microfinance. TradeLance is a fintech company. Pharmaco is an agriculture business. House of DJs, for those of you who remember the infamous Blankets and Wine, which I used to run, was run by House of DJs. Some of you guys come to my watering hole, Chisanyama Village. We are butchers and farmers as well. Happy Pigs and Tasha's Daily. We're also into culture, Bachiga Nation. Any Bachiga in the building? And of course, also into Energy Charge Co. Now, not all these companies are directly under Rock, but they're affiliated to us because some of our partners have several legs in several businesses. And I will explain how that all plays out. And you can see it's a diverse range of businesses, not just tech, but different things are also involved. About Rock Cloud, which is the last slide I'll have on Rock today. We are the first, probably the first local private cloud provider. And today I will try and unpack the tech into English so that it's not so confusing or boring. But we've got a cloud platform in Uganda. It sits within the Raxio data center, which we are a shareholder in as well. And the idea is to make sure that all your data can stay within the country if you're looking for cloud services. In my presentation, I'll explain how cloud plays a big role in the future technologies that we are seeing now, and also the different services that you can get. I will try and use as few jargons as possible, much as apparently this is a jargon crowd. I'll try and minimize the acronyms because tech acronyms can tend to be more boring than medical acronyms, actually. But some of the services we offer are basically cloud services, cybersecurity, software, so on and so forth. Okay, so to just jump into the topic of the day. Technology is one of those things that tends to worry people because we don't know what the future holds. And it also evolves so quickly that keeping up with it is one of the things that we worry about, especially that our children have now embraced technology. The markets have now embraced technology. So you find yourself in a situation where you're always playing catch up, that you might want to revolt or embrace. But the thing is, we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution, which in every definition of the word is the internet revolution. The first piece of advice I'll give you is either you embrace technology now or prepare to suffer for a very long time, most likely the rest of your life. How you embrace it is up to you, but it is quite difficult to avoid technology, and I'm going to explain why. The new technologies that we're seeing, and this is a topic that normally can last a day or two or three, I want to try and compress it within 25 minutes. The technologies that we're seeing and how they're affecting us. Let's start with your mobile handset, 5G as a technology. Some of these just sound like marketing jargons, but there are reasons why they come in and what they change. And I'll unpack a little bit about 5G. In the satellite space, there is what we call low Earth orbits. And anyone who needs to know more about these things later, Professor Tusu is here, please corner him, he'll give you a quick tutorial. The low Earth orbit satellites is what we're seeing all around as Starlink, right? Everyone is hearing about Starlink and how it can change lives and how it can change connectivity, especially on the rural side. It's one of the new technologies that we're seeing coming in. The eSIM, your mobile phone, gone are the days we used to line up for hours on end to just get a SIM card on our phone. The eSIM and eKYC, so you reduce on how much time you have to do just to register for a SIM card and the services you can get. The Internet of Things. Robert Kabushenga was here bragging about his smartwatch. That is the Internet of Things. Smart cities and smart homes. You're all seeing cameras only on the expressway, snapping you, snapping your car. No one cares why they're doing that. Deployments all across the cities about on these smart cameras that you're seeing. In your homes, in your cars. The growth of what we call the edge cloud data centers, where they collect this information. And I will just cut through these, then I'll explain them shortly. And then, of course, the buzzword, the biggest thing since last year, artificial intelligence, AI, scaring everyone. Ooh, I'm going to lose my job. I'm finished. ChatGPT. And then, of course, for the bankers, this probably gives Fabian sleepless nights. Cryptocurrency and blockchain and how this all plays out. So, remember 1996 to 98, Celtel launched a mobile phone. Anyone who had a phone that was as big as a, a big radio was the most respected person in town. They had that big SIM card, which was like a whole card. The aerial longer than the Chiboko that Balaam talked about the other day. And that was pretty much the 1G, 2G era. Celtel was subscribing in dollars. Imagine that. No one had a phone. Those who had to pay dollars and stuff like that. Very quickly, things changed. We had other players getting into the market, and the evolution started running and running really quickly. By 1998, we saw the evolution coming into 3G. And every single time there's one, you hear about crazy marketing campaigns, you don't know what it is that they're talking about. Sometimes it doesn't even really make sense to us. And then we've seen 4G and now 5G. The main thing that changes around these technologies is one, how much more speed, as you call it, but we call it bandwidth, can your telephone actually utilize from the network? Secondly, how much latency, which is what we call a delay for a packet from your handset to the mast and the rest of the network, can you accommodate for the application to work? And then, of course, the third is coverage. How much coverage can you get from a network? Now, what we've seen happen over the years is that we've come from 2.5 kilobits per second, 2.4. If you remember the days of dial-up, a dial-up would do 56 kilobits per second. Now, we are in a situation where 5G can give you 20 gigs on a handset. When I started working in technology in Africa Online, the whole country was using 2.5 megabits per second. Try and put this into perspective. The whole country of Uganda. And like Robert said, I'm a young man. You imagine that all this has happened in just my time, my just 25 years in the industry. Right now, when I joined MTN, for example, the whole of MTN, a mobile network running 2G and 3G, was using 5 megabits per second. If I give 5 megabits per second to your son or your daughter at home, I can guarantee you there will be a revolt. It can't even handle the WhatsApp conversation, can't download pictures that you have. This is how much the evolution has happened. Of course, faster networks mean you can use more applications on your phone. It means you can run more applications as a business or an SME. And I want to talk about business and individual life and how technology affects us. Sorry. Okay. Another thing I want to talk about is you see cables being laid daily. How many of you have noticed all the cables and all the poles being brought into your neighborhoods? Different colors, different lengths, right? We call that fiber to the home. We call it FTTX, but FTTX basically means fiber to the premises, to the home, to the office, to anywhere, right? What's driving fiber to the anywhere is literally the need for bandwidth, the need for speed, the need to be able to do so much more with your internet connection so that you're able to transact. And this is one of the other things that is really affecting the evolution of connectivity. Most of the world of tech depends on several things. Connectivity, cloud, cybersecurity are the main things, the 3 C's, I would say. So we're seeing a lot of evolution around the fiber to the premises, fiber to anywhere. I mentioned this LEO satellite. Everyone has always known satellites, but it's been around. We have used it for our TV, we have used it for our data, we have used it for security. But what makes this really revolutionary? What makes Starlink a force to reckon with? What makes Elon Musk the strongest man in the world right now, apart from the fact that, of course, Trump uses him as his advisor? What makes him really, really strong is the fact that he's able to provide internet anywhere in the world without necessarily having presence in those countries. And what makes this different is because his satellites are close to the Earth. That's why we call them low Earth orbit satellites. And because they are close, that means you can get very high speeds without necessarily needing infrastructure close to you. So whether you have a lodge in the middle of a bush, whether you have a mine somewhere, as long as you're somewhere on the Earth's surface, you'll be able to get an internet link. And that's extremely disruptive because they can actually deliver it at prices that are the same as what we call terrestrial services. The fourth industrial revolution, as I've mentioned, is with us. And I want to just quickly give you a crash course on the fourth industrial revolution so you understand where you are in this whole picture. So, everyone here has a connected device of some sort. It can be a phone, it can be a watch, it can be your car radio, it can be CCTV cameras in your home, it can be your fridge, it can be a microwave. There is some kind of device you have that's connected. This is what we call the Internet of Things. In fact, even if you refuse to be connected yourself, the government is doing a good job on connecting you. Soon you'll have smart number plates on your cars. The Internet of Things is what basically drives a connected world. But the amount of data that is generated by the Internet of Things is so much because we're leaving a digital footprint in everything we do. You send someone a WhatsApp message, you're building a digital footprint. You make a phone call, you're building a digital footprint. You reply an email, you're doing the same thing, right? You're walking past the camera or driving past the camera, it snaps you. It's actually building a digital footprint. What do you do with all this data? Where does it go? A lot of you take pictures on your phone all the time. Where do they go? They go to the back end and sit in what we call the cloud. It can be a public cloud, it can be a private cloud, depending on your preference. It can even be both. But the more this data grows and grows and grows, and you know the biggest challenge you face right now is that your phones are running out of data because someone in the WhatsApp group is sending you stuff, you're taking pictures. Every single thing that's happening means that data is growing and growing, and storage is running out, and the phone starts slowing down, right? All this data sits in what we call the cloud. And that data in the cloud is completely useless to you as a person or even as a business if you cannot actually analyze it. So you find that one of the key principles in computing is garbage in, garbage out. If you don't analyze the data, it's totally useless to you as a person or a business. So even if you collect information and you don't analyze it, it's not going to help you in any way. That's what led to what we call the big data analytics. You tend to hear about analysts, and we will never know what they do. Someone says, I've studied to be an analyst. You don't know what they do. But this is becoming more and more relevant because all this data that's collected is analyzed. How many times do you go through an airport, well, not lately, and then they give you that paper to fill, you know, and you wonder why? And yes, sometimes it was garbage in, garbage out. But the idea around it is supposed to be to collect information around, you know, different tourists, where do they come from, what do they come to do, where do they stay, and stuff like that. That gives you a chance to do informed decisions. So at the back end of IoT, which is the Internet of Things, we have cloud, which collects the data, which is the infrastructure for the data, big data analytics, which is basically being able to analyze this data, and because we have analyzed this data, we can power what we call AI. The artificial intelligence can only work when you know the data that is at the back end of this. Now, AI is not here to replace you. It's here to make your work easier or to work with you to be more efficient and more productive. Coupled with AI is what we call ML, which is machine learning. If a behavior is repetitive, it means that you can actually automate it and do it a lot more faster than anything else. What this has led to is future technologies, for example, virtual reality. How many of you see those goggles becoming the future of things like gaming? We never used to think gaming was something important as a business because every time you see your son playing video games or your daughter, you're like, you're wasting a lot of time. But it's one of the biggest industries in the world right now. And of course, augmented reality. Sorry, I have lost the slides. Could it be possibly AI? But what's catalyzing this social edge? One thing that came out very strongly in the last panel was there were hints on social media. Ladies and gentlemen, we're living in what they call a social age. Social age is driven by social media. It is very important that you realize that a lot of people in the world perceive you from what you say on social media or what you look like on social media. Some people here whose names we shall not mention have utilized social media to their strength. Others have to their weaknesses. I hope your coffee is nice, Robert Kabushenga. So you can use the right platform for the right messaging, and you create a given profile. Businesses fully depend on digital and social media campaigns, much more than they used to depend on out of home, for example. Because everyone, all the eyeballs are right now on the social media. The joke I keep making around this topic is that people like slave queens have built a business on social media without necessarily having to open an address and collect more money than all of us. Because immediately they show you what they drink, where they stay, where they hang out, how much they're worth. Before you say a single word, you have to be able to meet the profile. So social media is driving the conversation. And of course, it drives everything else because that's the source of the data. Currency evolution. We are predominantly known as the Savannah Valley in East Africa because M-Pesa started around here. Mobile money became bigger in East Africa. Now it's become a global sensation. What the Western world has done is pick up the same concept of mobile money and build the cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin. A complete nightmare for economies and central banks. But digital wallets are now a settlement platform. And you find that if you don't actually participate in this game, you will be replaced. A long time ago, cash was king. I don't know how many of you have cash in your pockets at the moment. As long as you have some money in your wallet, you can actually survive. But what are the risks that all this is bringing into the picture? Cybersecurity is definitely becoming a bigger risk than any kind of insecurity. Last year, we heard about a situation where our treasury, in some way or another, lost some of your taxes. We've heard about some of the utility companies being hacked and having no records for some time. And this is not just something we're going to keep pointing and saying, that only affects banks. It affects the big companies. It's going to come to you. People's social media accounts have been hacked. Your e-wallets will be hacked because as we're working to develop, other people are working to what? To break. Cybersecurity will probably create more employment than the number of guards you see at every gate of every building in the world, because there are more devices than homes, there are more devices than cars, and the Internet of Things is going to only increase them. But the biggest risk that we face, especially in the establishments, is pushback. We are scared. We don't want this technology to come into our offices or our homes because we feel like it might replace us, it might create a loophole we don't know. It's the land of the unknown. So that adoption matrix is very important to think about, because when there's pushback, what do they call it? When the unstoppable meets the immovable, then you have a bit of a situation. Of course, there's the cost of transformation, the budget that is involved in adopting technology. In your personal life, whenever they release a new phone, you're saying, my goodness, $2,000 for a phone, what am I doing? Or even in the enterprise, it's a massive issue. Then we have what I want to call the Gen Z conundrum. The younger generation, Uganda has 65, 70% in the youth bracket, are way more than the older generation. But yet, the decision-making and a lot of strategy is driven by the older guys. So you find that, again, we have the situation where the unstoppable meets the immovable. So the Gen Zs are moving way faster and adopting technology way faster than us, who are trying to keep things as they are. We want stability. So that creates a risk because we don't think at the same wavelength. You all saw what happened in Kenya when the Gen Zs rose up. You saw what happened in the Arab Spring when the Gen Zs rose up. And this can also happen in your workplace. It can happen in your countries. It's something to think about. The doctors were talking a lot about listening to our children. Even outside of home, we have to start listening to what they consume and why they consume it, especially in the digital side. Then, of course, digital strategies and skills expertise. Most of us here cannot actually use tech for the best results that we can possibly achieve for ourselves or the business. This is just a quick code rant around the challenges that are faced: lack of expertise in an organization, employee pushback, as I mentioned, lacking strategy, no digital strategy. You can sit in a strategy session for days, but digital strategy is not one of the things you're going to talk about. So you find that that creates such a loophole because you're working in a digital world, but without a strategy. No budget, and of course, few partners that can support you. I need some AI over here. Okay, so what skills do we need? You guessed it, AI. We need to adopt AI in as much as we can because we need to think about how much we can automate in our workplaces. Much as I hate to admit this, a lot of the commonly needed documents are much faster these days with, for example, the simple AI tools like ChatGPT. Contracts. Employment letters. Just the simple things. And of course, adoption is, you end up through the simplest of ways. But you have to think about way beyond this. You have to think about how much you can automate on your work processes so that you don't get caught out by people who can do it faster. Because the slower you are in this world today, you stand a chance of basically being on the back foot all the time. I believe in workspaces, the most important thing is people. If you don't have the right mindset as a workplace or as a person, you're always going to have a problem. I'm sure you all know some of your friends whose first default answer is always no, or it's negative. It is, but why? We need a digital mindset, and we need to transform as individuals if we're going to stay relevant in a world that's changing so quickly. I think people are the biggest stumbling block, and we need to think about how we adopt and what we can adopt. We have to think about the social world, the social media content creation, as well as the social age. Of course, it has its risks, as mentioned, and it has some downfalls, but the content world is driving the entire conversation. Industries have fallen to this content world. The print media industry, for example, has fallen victim to this, because by the time you break the news, everyone already knows this, with different versions, of course. Understanding and appreciating digital currencies is very important, because the time for exchanging paper cash is also in the past. And now you might say, yeah, I already knew this. I even have money on my mobile wallet. But the world is bigger than just mobile money and mobile wallets. It is about the whole ecosystem of digital currency and how you integrate it into your services. How many people actually running businesses on social media is unbelievable. And of course, data analytics, as I mentioned it. So to conclude this, the social media and the social age for your personal business profile is absolutely critical. It's great for team leadership. It's great for communication, for brand and product positioning, for sales and marketing as a channel. It's an extreme weapon. A quote that I picked up from Dave Willis says, don't use social media to impress people, although some people know how to do that. Use it to impact people. And I think that resonates with the spirit of Rotary. That's something that you might need to think about. Also, you must remember that if you're using your social media, which is something I particularly think is worth understanding, is it's a dialogue, not a monologue. Some people don't understand that social media is more than a telephone, than a television. Something to think about. Sorry, no AI. Okay, so this is my last slide. And I just want to talk about the digital mindset. To transform as a person, to transform as an operation or an enterprise, you must think about 5 key things. Think about empowering yourself, empowering the people that you work with via technology. It's extremely important that in the world of internet revolution, you're not left behind. So empower via technology as one. Number 1, start with people, as I mentioned. Start with people, always. Everything's about people. Number 2, empower them via technology. Number 3, induce curiosity. Allow the people that you work with to ask questions, to be involved, to create buy-in. When you come and say, even in your own home, you just come and say, from now onwards, we're going this way. You will have a challenge because you don't have buy-in. But the moment you induce curiosity and people ask the questions, why are we doing this? Why must we take this system? Why are we buying these gadgets? Why are we taking up AI? Then you can answer and communicate appropriately, so then you get the right buy-in. Think about the impact of interconnection. In the tech world, the quickest and easiest way of translating interconnection is what's happening here in the Discon. All of you together in the same room, talking about different things, but finding ways of networking and leveraging off each other's strengths. It's the same thing you want when you're introducing a digital mindset. And number 5, being data-driven. Being able to make decisions based on facts, not your hunch. The information that's collected through the Internet of Things, stored in the cloud, protected with cybersecurity, analyzed with your big data platforms, is what is going to allow you to be relevant in the current world. In the interest of time, I'll stop here. I'm happy to chat a bit more, but generally I think my concluding remark would be that the computer revolution sort of sneaked up on everyone, even us who are working in the sector, and we are kind of right in the middle of it. We can't avoid it, but we can make it work for us. So what I would advise is that start looking at the elements in your life that have touch points into the digital world, and start going through first steps of transformation, changing your mindset, of adopting in your business, in your personal life, and stay relevant, especially if you can use your social media correctly, because a lot of the business and profiles and the communication in the world today is driven by social media. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, and enjoy the rest of the Discon.
Thank you so much, James Pierre Hanga. Rock Telecom, our amazing sponsor. A round of applause. I'd like to take this moment to recognize other sponsors. Centenary Bank, ladies and gentlemen. Kira Motors. At this juncture, I'd like to introduce District Chair, Rotary Foundation Fundraising, Charter President of Rotary Club of Sunday, Rotarian Ket Barasa.
Thank you very much, MC. One of the magic things that we continuously do in Rotary, especially for those who are guests to this conference, is we say thank you. We say thank you endlessly. We say that every day. We will say that again and again and again. So this very short session is an additional appreciation to a few more clubs. This is a mention, a very special mention for both individuals and clubs that have done an outstanding job in major giving. And I would like at this point to invite our District Rotary Foundation Chair, Governor Xavier. If you're in the house, please join me here. And it's abbreviated as the DRFC. Many of you wonder what the DRFC does. The DRFC serves for 3 years, and Governor Xavier, working up, please give him a hand of applause, has done an exceptional job guiding the District 9213 for 3 years, both on fundraising and utilization. Thank you very much, Governor. He's also the encyclopedia of the Rotary Foundation in our district. So whatever you don't know, or whatever you know and you want to know more about, Governor Xavier is to go-to So in the interest of time, so that we are not in the way of golf and this session, I'll read out what those special mentions are. And I want to start, first of all, by saying that what majority of us don't do very much of is talking about the Rotary Foundation to non-Rotarians. How many of us have spoken to a non-Rotarian about doing good in the world, about the Rotary Foundation? Hands up and the four-way test applies. Okay, not as many as we wanted, but that's good. Governor Wechitibwa Bob Nsibirwa, I like a phrase he uses. It's your foundation, it's my foundation. That has stuck with me from the time I heard it from him. And indeed, it is such pride to feel a sense of connection and belonging to the Rotary Foundation. So here now, we want to mention two very special individuals who have gone out of their way to speak to non-Rotarians about giving. One of them spoke to a very close friend of his, and he was able to appeal to him to give $10,000 through the Rotary Club of Ntinda Metro. I wonder whether anyone can guess who that is. Who? It is RIDN, and Jen, I hear your voice. Obviously, you would know. So our RIDN, Emmanuel, thank you so much. Thank you for being the father of doing good. Thank you for spreading the word and sowing the seed. The next person is a major donor from a very, very special club, the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo, and that is none other than Joyce Odoki Sadori, an outstanding woman leader, an outstanding president she was, and she was the president of the year last Rotary year, no wonder. So Joyce spoke to Rotarian Stephen Kirimbani before he joined Rotary. The second step was to convince him to join Rotary, which she did very successfully. And Stephen did give $10,000 to the Rotary Foundation through the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo. And Joyce, you join me here to the front, and preferably with your Upper Kololo family so that we celebrate you. The next is also something very unique. A lot of couples decide to give 10,000, and because our foundation is very generous, both can be recognized with the 10,000 giving. But this year, we have a very unique couple. The husband gave $10,000 to the Rotary Foundation, and the wife also decided, despite her being recognized through the husband's giving, she too decided to give $10,000, and that is none other than President Millicent Bulafu and PAG Anthony Okimat. Please be upstanding and join DRFC here. So we encourage all of you to remember your spouses when you give, but also encourage each of them to give separately. The next and the last is an outstanding club that has had, first of all, the youngest major donor this Rotary year. They have 5 major donors this Rotary year. They have 3 major givers who have given the full $10,000 this Rotary year. Isn't that magical? Yes, it is. And which club is that? Okay, so it's the Rotary Club of Bweyogere Nambole. And for all those names that have been mentioned, please make your way to the front. Bweyogere Nambole on the left, and the couple in the middle, and then Upper Kololo near the flags. Before I hand over the mic to DRFC to invite our leaders to come and say thank you to these very special categories, I'll read out the youngest major donor so far in District 9213, and that is Rotarian Primo Vuni Arizi from the Rotary Club of Bweyogere Nambole. The next is Rotarian Robert Ayume from the Rotary Club of Bweyogere Nambole. And next is Rotarian Mike Atoni Cherop, major donor from the Rotary Club of Bweyogere Nambole. The next is my friend and neighbor, Rotarian Joab Tumuranze from the Rotary Club of Bweyogere Nambole. Thank you, Upper Kololo. And then on the, yes. Okay, I'll hand over the mic very soon to DRFC, but I want to make a mention of a major donor who is this far from becoming major donor level 2, and that is having contributed $25,000, and he has committed that he will do that very, very soon, and that is none other than President Michael Nwagaba of the Rotary Club of Nambole. Please come with your team Thank you very much, and over to you, DRFC.
Thank you so much, Kate.
And how they should be implemented.
In order to increase passenger and cargo traffic, several strategic measures and operational improvements have been undertaken by Government of Uganda. Cargo traffic has also been growing steadily over the years with 61,000 metric tons. On completion on the ongoing projects, the airport terminal capacity will be enhanced from the current 2 million to at least 3.5 million passengers. It has led to improvement in air traffic management procedures, real-time collection of information, and improved airport operations, among other benefits. Uganda Civil Aviation Authority. Safety, safety, safety.
The Center story started when we opened our doors nearly 42 years ago, with our roots deeply placed in the Catholic Church. We set out with the sole purpose of being the best provider of financial services in a sustainable manner, especially microfinance, to all people, particularly in rural areas. Over the years, we've grown into Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank, with an asset base of over 7 trillion, serving over 3.2 million customers and businesses in agriculture, microfinance sector, SMEs, women, youth and corporate segments. On our quest to drive financial inclusion, we've taken our bank closer to our customers with over 82 branches across the country and multiple banking channels, including over 7,000 agents, Center Mobile Banking, Center Online Banking, Center Visa Debit and Prepaid Cards, and MasterCard Platinum Debit Card. Over 3.2 million have written our story of becoming Uganda's biggest and fastest growing bank. The story continues.
Centenary Bank.
Centenary Bank is regulated by...
It's a real man that can handle it. Come baby, come handle it. Damn only freaky bad girl fell and show say back
And then finally, Director Emmanuel and Governor, I think they talked about the youngest major donor. I don't know how Kate was able to look at these age things, but the youngest major donor right here from the Rotary Club of Bweyogerere Nambole. So they've whispered the age, but because let me save the young man and let him continue to be the youngest major donor. Thank you so much for giving.
Come baby, come handle it. Damn only freaky bad girl fell and show say back possible on slow motion. Put it down.
I think we shall let's do like this. Let's do a photo moment for Upper Kololo. Let's do a photo moment for Upper Kololo with our leaders. Yeah, I'm looking for the Ripper. So that we have Joyce and then we shall have one with the couple, and then we shall have one with Bweyogerere Nambole. That becomes much easier. After the photo, thank you so much. Then the wonderful, powerful couple here. Thank you so much. And finally, the Rotary Club of Bweyogerere Nambole. President Michael, you can be just right in front with the governor and the Ripper, right there, yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, PDG Xavier. Thank you so much, Rotarian Kids. A big round of applause for our donors. And just before I make a small introduction, I'd like to take a moment to highlight the House of Friendship. They have an incredible lineup of vendors, yeah? Selling all kinds of merchandise, beverages, skincare products, beauty products, bedroom products, so many things. So that tent is placed strategically so that you do not miss it as you're stepping out. So please visit the House of Friendship and support your fellow Rotarians and Rotaractors in business. At this moment, earlier, we had the pleasure of introducing a very special speaker in their absentia, and now we're thrilled to have them here with us in person. Please join in and welcome with a big round of applause, Patricia Ithao. Some enthusiasm, team. It's the Rotaract Day. There's a reason as to why it's a Friday.
Come here, where's the water, you? Green body make I roll, come here, yeah. I know you senior me. I get the money pass your papa. Wait till you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just get technology. I won't depend on AI. How are you all? You know, the challenge when you stand between a big group like this and lunch is that you have to make sure I keep you entertained, correct? Yes. So what I'm going to try and do is I'm not going to talk a lot. I'm going to try and make sure I let you watch videos, because this is a world where we don't want to listen to voices. We want to see videos, we want to watch people and things like that. And so the gist of my presentation is going to have a lot of videos for you to watch to just demonstrate this topic that I'm going to speak to today. So I'll just wait. Okay, it is up now. So I was asked to speak about youth and innovation and how that can create a symphony for social impact. So let me start by asking the question. Where do I point to make this thing move? Where? Anywhere. Where? Somewhere. There we are. I hope that was the first one. So I have to point to the sky. It takes a little while. So let me ask the first question. One thing that I did as I prepared for this is I had the opportunity to ask a few youth. When we look at youth, by the way, it has gone through, sorry. So first of all, let me start with this very significant statistic. Do we recognize that the median age of our African population is 19 years? Actually, 65% of Africa's population, 65%, is below 35 years. Below 35 years. And with a median of 19 years. That is very young people, right? And so when we speak about youth, we start to recognize that some of us standing here, like me, we're actually dinosaurs. And as a dinosaur, we have to figure out how do we stay relevant, but also how do we make sure we continue to encourage the bulk of the population to continue to innovate and to live. So in preparing for this, one of the things that I did is I said, let me ask a few youth, what are the things that impact you now in your life? What are the topics that prey on you? What are the topics that you think about? And those are the big things that came out. Is any of them a surprise? Mental health outreach, it's a big thing now. And you know, at the House of Friendship, there's an organization there that's actually reaching out, youth organization that's trying to deal and work through that. There's things for art, music, huge space now for the youth, the whole creative space. That is an area that they feel for them is what they want to really get involved in. Anything called technology, AI, training in AI and digital skills, another very big space. Nutrition and fitness becoming another very big space. So all these are spaces that they say that when we talk about what interests us, and if the world was to support us in terms of doing what we need to do, do it in these areas. So then I asked the question. I think this thing is moving a little faster than okay. What is impact? When we talk about impact, what do we mean? What are we asking? Because my topic was to be around youth, impact, innovation. What actually is impact? And even more so, how do we define innovation? Because every time we think about innovation, we assume it's creating something new. But actually, innovation is not just the creation or the invention of something new. It's actually something where its essence is around changing the way something is done, the way it is looked at, which can involve a new idea, a new process, a new way of executing something that's been done, but also a way of transforming the way things in society are already done. So I'd like to ask a simple question. I want us to watch this now. And I want everybody to tell me after we play this whether you think this is innovation. How do I make it play? Press which one? Okay. The middle one? IT, how do I make the video? Okay.
How are you guys? Hi, Simon.
How are you doing?
We are good. We are so excited.
So, tell everybody where you're from and what brings you to Britain's Got Talent today.
Okay. We are from Uganda, Kampala, Africa. So we are going to dance for you guys and for you judges.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And have you brought anyone with you?
Mr. Kavma Dauda.
Is he there?
Yes.
Can you say hi? Can we say hi?
Yeah, go on, please do.
Hi. Oh, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Tell us a little bit about this group.
I have 30 kids that I'm taking care of. Some are orphans. We are using music, dance, and drama to make lives better.
Oh my God, it's amazing.
Bless you, darling. That's incredible.
Ghetto Kids is like an orphanage in Uganda. We are 30 kids living in one house. We are one big family. Before, I was living on the streets of Kampala. Being part of the Ghetto Kids has given me a lot of opportunities. They feed me, I go to school, they buy me clothes. If this one is sad, we all be sad. If we are happy, we all be happy. Mr. Kavma Dauda, we call him Dad. He's not our real father, but he's the one who takes care of all of us.
Ghetto Kids is all about making their lives better through paying their school fees, feeding, hospital bills, all the basic needs that a child wants. My dream is to build a very big home and help many kids as I can.
Over the hills and far away.
It's a happy place because it's all about making lives better through dance.
Because of him, that's why we go to school. That's why we are healthy. Because of him, that's why we are here.
This is the first time for the kids to be in London, and they are so excited.
What do you think London's like?
London, it's cold. It's freezing.
I'll be so proud to watch all of them perform tonight.
Because of dance, we are here. We can't wait. We are so happy. We are so excited.
Take me to my happy place.
Well, we're all rooting for you, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, is that innovation? Do you feel it's innovation? And why do you think it's innovation? Just somebody shout out. Impact is a result. The reason is that in the past, everybody believed if you danced, right? You were just having fun. There was no impact to it. It didn't make a difference. I mean, don't we all dance at some point in the bathroom or wherever else? But we didn't think of it as being innovation. But when you look at what has happened with those ghetto kids through dance, through everything else, and the impact it has had, because what did it do? It appealed to a side of the youth that they recognize. Art, dance is something they can relate to. And with that innovation of driving them and telling them that's how we bring you back, it has driven social impact. Because suddenly now you have these children who can eat, who can go to school, and who are showcasing themselves on the global platform. Isn't that amazing? And then I think now let's talk a little bit about what are the things that drive innovation. What are the big areas and themes that help to drive innovation? And I'm just going to talk to 4 areas. The first being the fact that there's a lot of entrepreneurial spirit. We're all Africans in this room, and we recognize that our survival, a lot of times, is born of our own individual efforts. Yes, we'd like to believe our governments will do things, our society will do things, but a lot of times we recognize the only way to get ourselves ahead is through our own what? Is through our own effort, correct? So an entrepreneurial spirit is what has driven a lot of people when you look at how we are and where we are from a society point of view. And we see it as a way to give some economic opportunity for us. So that is one of the things that's really driven innovation, even now when you look at the youth, because they realize there aren't any jobs. The government is not going to give me jobs. Companies are not going to give me jobs. They're permanently retrenching. So how do I use the skills that I have in order to drive some economic return for myself? The second thing is this thing for necessity and problem solving. I have a problem here. Yes, I need to solve that problem. What do I do? Right? If I'm sitting, we have, in a way, it's an innovation even coming here. It is an innovation in many ways. The necessity was that we needed to have a venue where our sponsor, UBL, can make sure all their drinks are drank by everyone and not taken by the venue. Was that a necessity? And so we solved the problem by being at this place which has that flexibility, right? And all those are innovations from a thinking point of view. And when we go to the youth, there are also several other ways that they do it. The other thing is education. We all want to be educated. And skills development has become such a big space. But how do you make it more ubiquitous? How do you make sure everybody can access education? And so that is also driving. And the fact that there's so much technology now, it has also allowed a lot more innovation from the youth and kids and driving that impact. And then finally, of course, we cannot underestimate the impact of technology and what technology has done to drive innovation. When we started first hearing IoT, Internet of Things, then we moved now to AI and everything else, all those things are going to completely change the way we work, the way we think, the way we do things, everything. And I would like to ask everybody in this room, even before I go to some of the examples of this, how many of you use AI actively? All of you in this room should put up your hands. And I can give you one thing that's going to help you. On your phone, if you have Google, whatever else, download something called Gemini. Right? Now, when you have AI can answer every single thing. You just need to ask it the right questions. Do you know the number of times you used to struggle? How do I write this letter? How do I do this application? How do I do this? Actually, now with AI, you just give it the prompt and you get the most brilliant thing back. And it's not something high-end there. In fact, I was trying to find out the other day, and this is the power of AI, I was trying to find out what are the fees paid by a particular organization to board members. I asked Gemini AI. It gave me the details of everyone by year and for what, right? So we used to think Google was it. But Gemini now takes things, and AI takes things to a completely new level in terms of the way it interprets things and everything. So now let me just show some examples of this, because it's very well to talk, but let's look out there if there are youth who are recognizing this and doing things in this direction?
Madam, how are you? I'm fine. This is Smart Cocoa Brewder. I don't know, you remember us? Yeah. We came here sometime and installed this system here. So I would like to know, from the time we installed it, how has your journey been?
My journey with this system has been good. When it is on, I don't wake up because I know it is there and my chicks are okay. I only check if these lights are on. I check from the window when I don't come outside.
So how is the warmth it brings about? Is it warm enough?
Yeah, the warmth is enough. Is enough because it normally reaches even when I close for so long. It comes to 33 from 32. It's okay. But when it goes beyond that, it is automatic, it seems, because it switches itself off and then later it comes back. I normally bring a batch of 300. I would be bringing more, but still, I needed to control the market. 2 lamps are enough. They are enough for these chicks. I feel even when they are 500 and they are well.
Is that me or is it did it stop? Okay. So look at that. There was a necessity. There are people who brewed chicks. And how did brewers come in? How did these young people come up with this innovation? Then create a technology panel which allows the lighting to come on and off. So instead of you having to wake up at night or have a worker there who comes, switches on, switches off, ensures the temperature is right, technology did that for you. And what that does then, it creates even more impact because for her now, it's just a question of choice. In terms of if you're a brewder, it's a question of choice, the space you have and how many you need to do. Let's look at the next example. I'm wondering whether it has hung.
At his workshop in Kibra, George Otieno and his team have a deadline to meet a client's order. This is Akala 21, a venture founded by George to recycle old car tires into attractive sandals.
Akala 21 was formulated in 2020 during the COVID period. Ideally, I started making shoes after finishing high school, but now I pursued a bachelor's degree in fashion design and marketing at Kenyatta University. Akala 21 simply means Akalas for the 21st century. Yeah, so Akala in Kenyan context is any shoe that has been made out of upcycled tire. We're just wanting to give it an update, a facelift in terms of its utility, in terms of its aesthetic, to be able to suit the 21st century clientele.
Akala 21 fuses pure leather and the upcycled old car tires to make the final product. The leather is obtained from local tanneries, and George has contracted casuals who peel the car tires to get the desired material.
We've decided to use the inside part of the tire where the tube rests. So that side is also as good and as durable as the outside part, and it's also it's very presentable actually. It usually starts from the inspiration part, where you're now translating your ideas into sketches, technical sketches. You decide on the materials you wish to use, do a prototype, a sample, and then from this sample you share it with now your production team. So the production team will now do the mass production or specific production processes. Upcycled tire, so far I get them from there are people who harvest them from the landfills, and then they slice them and then they sell them. From the local industries, you have industries like Sagana, which has really supported our journey, especially in the leather development.
When the products are ready, George sells them online mostly, particularly targeting fashion enthusiasts and environmentalists.
People who know what the world we're living in right now, the whole idea of climate change and environmental change, they are primarily the people who mostly buy our products. You can always find or place an order to get our products at Akala21 on both Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. The price of our sandals range from between 3,000 Kenya shillings to 5,000 Kenya shillings at the entry level. Past that, now we do special made-to-measure orders, which go all the way up to 25,000, depending on the level of customization and the complexity of the design.
Akala 21 products have gained popularity due to their uniqueness, and recently George was feted for his role in upcycling old car tires.
The business has been growing progressively. Yeah, we even got a chance to showcase our products at Ethiopia just a week ago, to which we even won an award as under the Upcycle Footwear collection. We were the best in Africa. So it generally shows that our product has been widely accepted and people really love whatever we're doing.
What do you think of that? How many of us would have thought that old tires can give us a livelihood? And then these are being sold internationally. This is a young man. The impact he's creating is on several levels. First, he's innovated in the space called the blue economy, where we're saying that how do we drive waste and make sure waste is recycled over and over again. But when you think of the value he's created from doing that, the jobs that he's created, isn't that social impact? Yeah? So, and these are the things that when we talk about the youth and what is going on right now, it is way out there. And we need to give the space for youth to do these things. And then, of course, I talked about education. That was a space that they speak to. Let's look at what's happening in education and skills development. And this is using the where we are right now, which is technology, and the ability to sit down and say, you know what, we need to educate more, but not just educate more, but educate with fun.
It's 2037. My name is Sarah, and today I'm standing here as a Nobel Peace Prize winner.
So this
Let me
platform
take you back
called
to where it all
Bongo,
began.
there
As
are
a child
many,
in
many people with
Tanzania,
children
Ubongo's
who actually
educational
know
pro-
about it. It's using the cartoon format and everything else in order to drive education. We all know now that all our children, what do? Every child is on an iPad or sorts. You're not going to stop that going forward. You could sit down and say, no, I want my children to do this, I want them to play. Sure, but technology is with us here to stay. So why don't we take that technology and use it as a platform for education? And that is what Bongo has done. Created these platforms as educational tools, so even as children watch and have to use these tools and devices, let them at least have programs which are teaching them something. And then finally, the last one I want to talk is this big power of technology and connectivity. And this is even bigger when we come to platforms like health these days. And the youth are the one who are recognizing, how do I connect? I don't want always to go to a clinic or to go to a hospital. Why can't we use technology in a way to see if I can have some evaluation of my health or what I'm doing? So what you find with Clinic PESA, that is exactly what they're doing. Sitting down and saying online, yes, let's use the technology we have. Let's figure out what are the issues people have. They might have issues around the insurance. They might have issues around how do I pay my bills? How do you innovate by creating a platform that allows you to join all these things? Because all of us these days, and mobile money is one of the things that's driven us, we become a lot more impatient. We don't want to go out to do things. I want everything on my phone. I want everything done on my device that I have. And that is what Clinic PESA is basically doing, giving you the affordability, the flexibility, and the convenience to do all things medical on your mobile phone. So the symphony, as I started, is never going to be complete without resolving the challenges. Yes, the youth are ready to innovate. Yes, they're passionate about the spaces that I've spoken about. Yes, the entrepreneurial spirit is going to drive them towards it. But these 4 areas are going to be some of the ones that have to consistently be developed and supported in order to make sure we exploit the social impact that can come out from youth and innovation. infrastructure deficiencies. We always talk about the reality to that. A lot of innovation now, even going forward, you need to have connectivity. How do we make sure there's connectivity for all? How do we make sure that from an infrastructure, you're able to get things to reach where they're going? Access to finance will always be a challenge. So anyone wishing now to support the youth and their innovation agenda, how do you give them, how do we create products? The bankers who are here this morning, how do we create products that the youth can access? That they don't have to bring a piece of land or their grandmother's title deed or whatever it is in order to make sure they can access finance. How do we drive more access to finance into these markets to do this? The other thing is skills. If they need the skills, how do we make sure they're more available for them? And of course, in every single market, one of the biggest challenges is always going to be the regulatory environment. How do we continue to drive policies that recognize that the future is here today? And the policies that existed in the past now only serve to constrain innovation and the social impact that you require. When you put very high tariffs or you put very high excise duties, yes, on things that innovation requires in this market, then how are you going to help us drive even more innovation in this market? When you have a lot of regulatory, in my country, Kenya, for example, now as an SME, the number of, licenses that you need, the number of taxes that you need to pay. By the time you do all that, what do? Two things. Either you give up or you evade all of them. Yes? So the conversation is, how do we make sure that those regulatory environments are created to be a lot more enhancing? And these are the things that will continue to limit the symphony becoming a lot more complete in this market. So as I come to a close, I want you to listen to this conversation of Fred Swanecker. I don't know if how many of you know Fred. Fred has done a lot of work. He created the Africa Leadership Academy because he recognized the power of the youth and how we can help overcome those limitations that I spoke to. And that is a passion that has driven him through his life in terms of all the activities he's done. From recognizing from the time you're young, how do I give you the best leadership education, to now when you get out, how do I train you? How do I create a school that develops the biggest pool of African software engineers? Because suddenly now, all those people who are jobless can be trained and they can be attracted by all these big technology companies. Let's listen to him for a bit, and then I will close. Volume.
I saw many things that outraged me. I saw unspeakable poverty, injustice, the lack of education, the lack of healthcare, and so many other challenges. The sheer magnitude of these challenges made me feel helpless. Should I tackle healthcare? Should I tackle infrastructure? Or is it food security? I realized that as one individual, there was no way that I could address even one of these challenges in my lifetime. Eventually, I came to see that perhaps the best way that I could make a difference was to create an army of young problem solvers, innovators, leaders, and entrepreneurs. And each would venture into different challenges. These would go into healthcare, these would go into education. And together, they could begin to create a ripple effect of change. So tonight, I stand here simply as a messenger. I bring you a message from Spencer, who has built solar-powered autonomous airships to bring essential goods and infrastructure to isolated communities throughout Africa. From Nancy, who's working with a team of young data scientists to transform healthcare right here in Rwanda. From Ashraf, from Sudan, who's built the first online academy for refugees from across the globe. From Elizabeth, who's tackling food security in East Africa through hydroponic farming. I bring you a message from the 250,000 young leaders I currently represent, and the 3 million more we'll develop in the next decade. Their collective message, shown by all the hard things they are doing, is that if we want to unleash Africa's potential, all we have to do is invest in our greatest resource, which is not our gold, it's not our diamonds, it's not our oil. We have to invest in our young people. who will form 40% of the world's population by the end of this century.
Powerful message. Does it drive it home? I think everybody's very hungry, so I'm going to leave you with this last message. I think we need to celebrate our youth. We need to celebrate their creativity, their innovation, and their social impact. And with that, I sit down and say, thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me before lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia Ithao. The message today is let's celebrate our youth, their creativity, innovation, and social impacts. Did you enjoy the session? As Rotarian Edward from the Rotary Men's Business Fellowship steps onto the stage, our governor, our district governor, Anne Nkutu, and the mayor of Ginger is inviting you to the greening of Ginger to celebrate 100 years of Rotary and the 100th Discon. Today at 3 p.m. at the Mayor's Gardens. It's an open invite, particularly to the Magic Presidents. The magical presence in the house, are we still here? That is the message. Rotarian Edward, take the stage, please.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies. My name is Edward Lyombia. I'm a Rotarian from District 9214, the Rotary Club of Mienga Sunday Sunset, and I am the chairman of Rotary Men's Business, Uganda. Rotary Men's Business, ladies and gentlemen, is the business community for all Rotarians and Rotaractors in this country. So if you are here and you do anything, let it be a service business, let it be a product business, or even consultancy, you belong to us. So I'm here to call upon you, ladies and gentlemen, from here, come to the House of Friendship. We have a stall there so that we can register you. We have a lot that we are doing for our members. Come and find out. We're also organizing an expo, a mega expo, in June from 14th to the 15th at UMA, and it is going to be the biggest expo Rotary has ever seen. So please come and be part of this fellowship and see what we can do. This Discon, we are in charge of the House of Friendship, and our exhibitors in the House of Friendship are yearning to receive you. So we call upon you, friends, please visit us. Visit our exhibitors. They are very, very eager to serve you and make you happy. I also want to talk about the Rotary Circle. We are in partnership with the Rotary Circle, and they are exhibiting with us there. And all of you who are doing business, who may need financing services from the Rotary Circle, they are here with us. Please come and see them and meet them so that we can drive Rotary together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Edward. So ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to pass by the House of Friendship. I would like to say that PDG Xavier has succumbed to the pressure. I've seen he's now wearing his shorts. Thank you, PDG Rossetti, for saying that I have nice legs. I think that is why PDG Xavier has decided. I hope someone compliments him as well, so that the others can as well go and change. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I hope, he's also in shorts. Wow. Okay, we have even Mr. Robert Kabushenga in shorts. But there is something he said about people wearing shorts, but I won't remind him. I'm sure he remembers very well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me immediate past DRR, Emmanuel Lukera, to come and move a vote of thanks to all our speakers. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Simon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here to thank our speakers, and I have been joined by our DRE, Abisach Nahabwe, and past DR Noah Nyabwana, and we shall do this real quick. We'd like to start by thanking our most recent speaker, Mrs. Patricia Ithau, for sharing with us her passion for the young people, for using creativity by playing those very nice videos, but also from coming across the borders to share with us a very wonderful message that is filled with knowledge and expertise. We also know and now have fair knowledge of innovation and what we need to fuel it. And of course, all of us here love the ghetto kids and their story of impact. So please step forward and receive an appreciation from our district governor and all of us here for what you've shared with us this afternoon. A round of applause for her, ladies and gentlemen. The gift plus a hug, like young people do. Yes. Thank you very much. Next, I would like to thank James Biarohanga. Many people fear tech and making that transition, but he has simplified it for all of us. From the 1G to the 5G, even if you didn't get what they mean, at least we know that they exist. So I'd like to thank you, and for letting us know that tech also evolves quickly, so we always have to catch up with it. But also, if you look closely at him, he practices what he preaches, so he didn't have shorts, but he folded his trousers to create the impression that he owns shorts. Thank you very much, James. A round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. And now, I'd like to go to our very wonderful panel that shared so passionately, starting with the moderator, Mr. Robert Kabushenga. He was not an interviewer, but a moderator, and shared so well, and of course, for also getting converted. But I also want to thank him for giving us the idea of the fact that we need to create Rotary clubs for what he called retirees. Thank you very much, Mr. Robert Kabushenga. Have you got the hug? Okay. Okay, that's good. I'd like to go to Dr. Sabrina Chitaka. Please put your hands together for her, especially for her emphasis on offering grace and being present as a parent. I also think that no one in our country is more publicly passionate about children than Dr. Sabrina Chitaka. But also, she's from my home Rotary Club of Kampala. So thank you very much, Dr. Rotarian Sabrina. And now, the panelists can stay, if you don't mind, you could please stay on the side. And now I would like to move to Dr. Rita, who also shared with us and reminded us about our mind and that everything starts from there, so we must protect it. But also to remember to have the body, the mind, and spirit in conformity and in good shape. That mental health is not an illness, but a situation that we can all deal with and overcome. Thank you very much, Dr. Rita. Let us clap for her once again. I now would like to move to Rotarian Fabian, who spoke about financial security and the need to be happy, but in a sustainable manner. So, and for those of us that plan to produce or to conceive, his advice was clear that we need to save before conception. So my fellow young people, that is very important. But like we always say in this country, colleagues, the money will come. All of us know that statement. But we need to plant flower and water it like Rotarian Fabian advised us. So please let us clap for him once again. And finally, Mr. Francis Kamulegea. He hates titles. I hope he doesn't hate Mr. also. He shared wonderful insights on transitioning from what you're known for and the mental and physical health challenges that come with it, and that we must work on our identity to continue being who we are. So thank you very much, Mr. Francis Kamulegea. But Mr. Francis Kamulegea and Rotarian Fabian are Catholic Baganda men from Masaka. And our PR recently has been very bad, especially from the ladies, bettering mental health issues. So I'd like to thank them very much for raising our bar today. And for that matter, I will look for them and offer them a pair of shorts. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite our district governor and our RIPA plus our RIDN to join our panelists for a group photo, as James and Patricia also, and Robert. Oh, Robert, you're part of this, please. Also step forward for this wonderful group photo. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
You know I got you. Now me be your friend indeed. The money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it feel like say nobody sent you. That's one lie I did for you, my friend. Remy Atata, you always stay in my mind. Padi me gone, gone, gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, oh. Everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, know it's gonna be on sight. See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend indeed. I'm on the money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you, yeah. How are you, my friend? I see you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? I see you, my sister. Oh, sometimes it feel like say nobody's.
Thank you so much to our amazing panelists and speakers today. They deserve a round of applause. I have 3 special announcements. One for the voting delegates, you're asked to remain behind in the plenary tent during lunchtime, say for 5 minutes at the end of this session. And it's for a briefing to receive your leyland strings. This is from the district secretary, Phyllis. 2, the afternoon sessions are happening in the rooms, the breakaway sessions. The Rotary Fellowship for Women will happen in the Katonga Hall 207. Katonga Hall 207, Rotary Fellowship for Women. And the Uganda Brewery session will be in room 213, Nile Room. Coming right up, I will be introducing a team with a program that is aimed at having a country free of this burden of cancer. And their mission is to have a comprehensive, sustainable, and affordable solution for cancer through all their programs. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Rotarian Rita Balaka.
Mercy just speed up, she want me fly, she no ease up. She said, no mercy just speed up. She want me dilly, she want me dolly, she want me burn tires and Hindu. She want me to flash at it and style.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know Patricia said she was standing between yourselves and lunch. I don't know what I'm standing here. But I'll try my best to make this very interesting, because what I'm speaking about is something that we all own as the Rotary Clubs of Uganda. And it is an opportunity that we have to tell you what we have been doing and what has been happening, because this is your program, this is your company, and it's important that you know what is going on. So we'll make it quite interesting. But I want to first congratulate all those who have managed to wear their attire today and are putting it on right now. So congratulations on that. So I will ride on the protocol, the Rotary protocol already observed, but on behalf of the Rotary Clubs of Uganda, through the organizing committee of the cancer program, I wish to thank the group CEO of Next Media Rotarian King Carissa, who is also the president-elect of Kigo Seven Lakes Golf, who has accepted to be the chief guest for this section of the program as we kickstart and launch the campaign for the Cancer Run 14th edition for District 9213. Thank you. Next Media is one of our platinum sponsors, the newest ones, one of the newest ones we have gotten, and they have given us an open check for all our media and PR publications. I think that deserves a clap. We've already been told about the mission and the programs for the Cancer Run. And I just want to give you a brief background of what this program is all about. Our program, it encompasses 4 main areas, and I'm glad we have had a lot of talk on health and personal responsibility. Our program is based on 4 areas. One is promoting cancer awareness. One is infrastructure. The other one is screening and treatment, and also providing training for the health facilities. So far, it has been estimated that we need 18 billion shillings to create a cancer center that we have been running for. And I want to thank all those who have been running with us and rallying behind us. We have so far raised 8 billion shillings since the program started, but thank you. And how that fund has been used is something that should be of interest to us all here. So far, 1.5 billion of that 8 billion has been spent on the current cancer center in Zambia. I don't know how many of you have seen it, but if you have an opportunity, go and see it. It is a 36-bed center that actually has treated over 3,000 cancer patients. 200 million has been donated to the blood bank in Mengo. Again, part of our 8 billion that we have raised so far. And 3.8 billion has so far been used on building the cancer center, the starting of the cancer center, which is ongoing right now. And for the 2024 run, we did raise over 2 billion shillings, but we could not use it because the next stage requires us to have 4 billion shillings in total. And so that money has been placed in interest-bearing instruments, pending more raising of funds for this year. But I would like to, at this juncture, to recognize all our partners that have worked with us, that have supported us. And I'll name them in the ones that are still with us this year, but there are more that have actually been in the past. I'd like to recognize the Parliament of Uganda as one of our partners. Centenary Bank, New Vision, and Harris International with their brand Crystal Water, and you can see they've become a friend of Rotary. Even now we are drinking Crystal Water. We have NBS Next Media in their brand of NBS and Afromobile. We have MAD, who is a branding and PR expert. We have Joint Medical Stores, who supports us with the medical camps. And we have C-Care, who have joined us this year and is giving us a very good support in the medical camps. We also have other partners like Events Warehouse and Swico, who are also been part of the run all this time. Many more are coming on board. And I'm sure by the time we run in 31st August, this list will have been much longer. But those few have already signed up to work with us this year. So what is our goal for this year? Our goal for this year is to raise 4 billion Uganda shillings. And that's not a main achievement. So we did think, how else can we create more avenues for raising funds? And so this year, we have 2 ways of raising funds. And one of the ways of raising funds is the donation app that we have launched. And I'm pleased to say that it was activated by RI President, Dr. Yushik, when she donated the first $100 that went onto that campaign. That was in January of this year. Oh, we didn't clap for her? Okay. And much more has been donated. And I would like to recognize some of the Rotarians, without mentioning their names, who have actually come to that call and have donated to us. In one club, the Rotary Club of Mienga, we have received $10,000 as a donation to that app. $2,000 has come in from the Rotary Club of Mienga Sunday Sunset, and many, many more donations. What happens when you do the donation is every time you donate 100,000 shillings or more, you get a t-shirt like the one I'm wearing. So everyone who's wearing a t-shirt has contributed more than 100,000 to that app. So we need to clap for them and recognize them. And one of the differences is that that app is limitless. Any amount counts. Even if you have 10,000 shillings, even if you have 20,000 shillings, you can donate to that app, and your contribution will be recognized. You will get a thank you note, but the beauty, you will also see how the run-up happens. We called it a $1 million campaign, but you will see your money making that impact, that difference. But for clarity's sake, we have not stopped the campaign for the run. And the partners I've mentioned above actually are contributing to the Cancer Run program, where you see the people who are wearing vests. Each vest is going for, it's not the vest, it's actually your registration to run that goes for 30,000 shillings. And once you get that, then you have contributed to the run. For our clubs, you will be able to get your 10% commission for all registrations that come through your what? Your clubs. I wanted to also share the theme for this year. This year, our theme is awareness to personal action. And why did we think of that? That's one of the key pillars of the program, like I've told you. And we realized most of the time in the past we have said, I'm running for my sister, I'm running for my brother. But we've heard it is you also need to take care of your personal responsibility. So this year we have got a campaign to create awareness, and that's why actually it's very good that Next Media has given us that platform where we can use to spread the news. We realize that there are many types of cancers, and that's why you see our platform also says many cancers, but it's just one race. And the slogan is awareness to personal action. What we mean by that is that once you are aware, we would like you to take personal action. If you're sick, you can get your treatment. If you're not sick, you start to live well, but also continue to test every year. Because I don't know if we took just a hands up here, how many people in the past 1 year have done a specific, any kind of cancer screening for themselves? Just by show of hands, in the past 1 year. It's very, 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 very little. And yet, we are the people promoting to build a center for cancer treatment. We are not building that center to actually treat. It's just making it affordable. But like one of the pillars says, awareness. We need for people to stay healthy. And that is one of our key areas this year that we are focusing on. If you notice, we have had many, many campaigns. In February, we started with cervical cancer. March, we did bladder cancer. And this month, we are talking about prostate cancer. We're going to be having different themes every year. We have had different medical camps that are going on across the country. We started in Mbarara on the Cancer Day. We have been to Manafa, we have been to Mbale, we have been to Nebi, we have been to Arua. And this week, preceding the conference, we started with Kamuli, Yiganga, Jinja, and even during this Discon, we have got the camps going on. So I'm hoping, fellow Rotarians, that you'll take an opportunity to go and carry out a test for yourselves. So, having said all that, we have our House of Friendship stall. In case you need to find out much more about the program, please feel free to stop by and we'll give you our campaign. But now I'd like to take the opportunity and honor to invite our chief guest who has accepted to honor us by kickstarting the campaign for District 9213 to come up and give us his remarks and officially launch the campaign for Cancer Run 2025 for District 9213. Rotarian King Carissa.
Cue beats, let's
go.
The Cancer Run officials, please come nearby. We need to, we know what we have to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but also some of us, we are supposed to be teeing off golf. And I don't know how Rotarian Henry Rugambwa mixed up things, that I'm supposed to be teeing off and I'm supposed to be here officially launching this very important initiative. I will stand on protocol already late and say that my speech will last approximately 3 minutes. Yeah. One, I want to say that I'm new in Rotary, but not new to this initiative of Cancer Run. And us being new in Rotary, I bring greetings from the 7 Lakers, Chigo 7 Lakes. They greet you. And no offense to my governor, our incoming governor, Christine, I find this district having more vibe so we need to do more. We need to do more, and I don't know whether we need to buy some clubs from this side. Are there ways, our advisor, are there ways we can buy some clubs and shift them the other side? So, but the other thing I wanted to request our director is that Rotary is so intimidating. If you are not a Rotarian, you think this is a closed group. First of all, you use jargons, DIR, CP, presidents, governor, IPP, DPP, so many titles. So I wish we can simplify and make Rotary more accessible. Now I don't know whether there's a title for me, being a husband of a president. President JJ, first man or something like that. So we need to have that. Now, these people, I believe they will once you see these people, you know that we have launched it. So that task, I've cleared it. I've launched this initiative as a chief guest. The second point is to thank all the sponsors, as earlier mentioned here. Thank you very much for the support you give this initiative, as we've been working with them for the last 7 years, and I promise that we'll continue to support this initiative. And the last one, before I call a video that will last another 1 minute, is to say that I told the team, they came over to see me, I told them, why are we building a cancer ward? Why don't we create more awareness on preventive measures? Because I've heard that this is a prosperity disease. Not so, Dr. Chitaka, Sabrina, that because people are sitting too much, we've been sitting here and you are eating many things, savu, people get all sorts of these diseases. They are called prosperity diseases and lifestyle diseases. Why don't we educate using this club of ours, the Rotarians Club? We educate Ugandans on how to prevent and avoid these diseases. So we'll be running many messages asking Ugandans and indeed the whole world on how to prevent cancer, how to live in a more healthier way to avoid these diseases. So that's the journey we are starting. Whereas we pushed for the run, we'll be pushing for the how to prevent really living better and whatever. There's a group, I attended fellowship at Chadondo, and they have a wellness group where you post your workouts and whatever, and then I went there and I was giving awards to people who had won. I joined them. So every day we post, like now I'll be walking maybe 12 kilometers at the golf course. I will post, and I know I will win this week with President Tony Kisada. So let's do those things. Let's create awareness and we prevent this dangerous disease called cancer. Thank you very much. Now, let me call the video that shows what we've been doing for this cause, but generally, we want to support all of you Rotarians. Wherever you are, whichever club you run, come to us to publicize, to show the good you are doing. There is a gentleman called Quez here. Get his number. Make sure whenever you have a service project, reach out to Kwezi or McLean. Will come and cover whatever you're doing at no cost. And we've created a channel on Afro Mobile. We'll be able to post all those good things you are doing and showcase them to the whole world. So we have Rotary TV now in Uganda. You just need to, if we are far, use your phone, record, send it to us, we'll post it. If you can access us, we'll come and cover for free. Thank you very much. Please, DJ.
In the heart of Uganda, Rotary International stands as a beacon of hope and service. Next Media is proud to support and amplify its mission of service above self. Every year, thousands of Ugandans gather at the Rotary Cancer Run, a testament. In the heart of Uganda, Rotary International stands as a beacon of hope and service. Next Media is proud to support and amplify its mission of service above self. Every year, thousands of Ugandans gather at the Rotary Cancer Run, a testament to our collective fight against cancer. With Next Media's support, awareness is magnified, reaching millions and fueling this crucial cause. From educational initiatives to environmental sustainability, service projects by Rotary clubs in Uganda transform communities. Next Media captures these impactful stories, showcasing the heart and soul of service to a global audience. Through Rotary TV on Afro Mobile, we bring you Impact Uganda, a program dedicated to shining a light on Rotary's incredible initiatives. Each episode celebrates the resilience and spirit of Rotarians committed to making a difference. We are deeply grateful to be associated with Rotary and the inspiring Rotarians who give their time and energy for a better world. Together, Next Media and Rotary continue to amplify messages of hope, service, and global impact. We are united for good, and together we are people of action.
Went out to him and everybody was congratulating him.
Sorry.
Including our...
Thank you. Thank you. I don't believe in speaking for long, and it's been lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Rotaractors. Lovely. So, what an amazing morning that we have had about the Rotaract Day, but we promise it will certainly be a Rotaract night. So I will not speak because people are tired, but what I'll do is to perform the obligation of the DRR. And the obligation is to announce the DRRN. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, our DRRN is a self-motivated, and hardworking individual with a strong passion for service, exemplifying the principles of servant leadership through his commitment to teamwork, effective delegation, and a solutions-oriented approach that minimizes excuses and maximizes results. This person is equally a proficient instructor in technical education, specializing in electrical engineering, and a skilled information and communication technology specialist, holding credentials from Chambogo University and Makerere University, respectively. He works with St. Francis Healthcare Services on the lead team for the Youth Empowerment Program, founder of the Horn Computer Center, a home for stationery products, graphics, designing, internet cafe, computer training, and other computer services. The person I am introducing has served at the district level as an assistant DRR in 2020 and 2021. He then proceeded to serve as the Deputy Planning, Implementation, Monitoring, and Evaluation in the year 2021 to 2022. They've worked as a District Grants Qualification and Stewardship Chair in 2022 to 2023, District Membership Growth and Retention Chair. They are doing that currently. Ladies and gentlemen, this person has attended One Africa Zone 22 Institute, enrolled and accomplished Model 1 of the undergraduate class at the Rotary Leadership Institute. Eji Marion will be happy with this. Continuously, he supported several Rotaract clubs in formation to come to life up to charter and existing ones. And this person has supported us to grow our membership because as I speak, we have had a membership of 814 Rotaractors since the Rotary year began. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the District Rotaract representative nominee who will serve as District Rotaract representative in the year 2026 to 2027 is a proud member of, and yesterday the governor did say why we are in Ginger. So the people in the East, I am happy to let you know that as we are in your land, a son of your very own land, a member of the Rotaract Club of Njeru, ladies and gentlemen, the DRR nominee, Rotaractor Alex Mwanguzi. Alex, I invite you to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, could we be up on our feet? Could we please be up on our feet?
Let's be up and standing and receive our DRRN.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We could please take our seats, apart from the ones on the stage, of course. So, dear District Governor and, apologies, Aripa, but to dear District Governor and, allow me present to you the DRR nominee currently, who will be our DRR in 2026, 2027, Rotaractor Alex Mwanguzi. I now would like to invite you, DG Ann and our Reaper, our director, to be right here as welcome him, and then he will give his acceptance speech. And with that, allow me as well congratulate District Governor nominee Gerald Obai, for you will serve with Alex as DR. So let me invite you. And how nice it will be that year to have a district governor from Gulu and a DRR from Jinja. Governor Ann. So let me invite Alex to give his acceptance speech.
Standing on the protocol read observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As already introduced, my name is Alex Mwanguzi. It's my pleasure standing between you and lunch, as I do accept the role added onto me. But before I do the acceptance, I would like to appreciate people who have seen me grow through the different ladders of service to date. But before that, I thank Governor Ann and Dear Rasimio for critically choosing Jinja as the venue of Discon. Thank you so much, and we are ever grateful. I would like to thank, I don't know if IP Susan Kikira is in the building. Susan Kikira, I am an Inspirational Charter President. That time was Be an Inspiration. So by then, Susan Kikira was the president of my mother club, Rotary Club of Jinja. So she did a very great role of shaping a young Rotaractor by then to the person whom I am today. So thank you so much, Rotary Club of Jinja, and particularly Dr. Susan for shaping me to date. But also I would like to thank our current President of Africa, Alan Lukoda Ntambi, PDRR. Wherever you are, you can wave to us. Please, you can step forward actually. Alan? Yeah. Why I particularly thank Alan, it's because he found me fit and he offered me the very first invitation to serve on the district team as ADRR by then Eastern Zone. But also, he went ahead to appoint me as Deputy Prime Chair when he was DRR. So Alan, I'm always grateful, and thank you so much for the good mentorship you do. I move forward to thank Pag Rosemary Namate, in case you are around. When I was ADRR, she did so much great role in mentoring me, supporting me in my ADR role, and she gave me that motherly shoulder. I'm so much grateful. Thank you so much. And the different Rotaractors I've served with on the district team who have offered technical advice, and I've always ensured that I'm serving. I'm so much grateful. And the Rotaractors all over. Particularly, I want to thank my club, the Rotary Club of Unjeru, because you've offered me. Therefore, I want to thank you so much for entrusting me, and I do accept to lead our district when the time comes. Thank you so much. Nice lunch.
Thank you, and congratulations to the Eastern region, and congratulations to Njeru. So DJ, these are young people.
Congratulations, Rotary Club of Njeru. I'd like to recognize our sponsors. When I mention a sponsor, you just clap once, right? Centenary Bank, Uganda Breweries Limited, Hero Motors, Fireworks Advertising, Next Media, NBS, Quality Chemicals, Rock Telecom, Bank of Uganda, Val Estates, Has Crystal Water, Atacama Consulting, Parliament of Uganda, NCBA, Civil Aviation Authority, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Pepsi, Uganda Airlines, UAP Old Mutual, Liberty Insurance, Sam's Food Industries, UEGCL, Rose Farm, ladies and gentlemen. Those are our sponsors today. I'd like to invite Miss Jalia Nankwanga and the Rotary President of Ginger for a special Rotary moment. Put your hands together as we welcome them.
Thank you so much, the moderator, the district governor, the various Rotarian presidents of various clubs, the Rotary family, the Rotary Club of Ginger, ladies and gentlemen of the Republic of Uganda, I dignify you all in your distinguished dignitaries. Standing before you this afternoon is Nankwanga Jalia, a beneficiary of Rotary Club of Ginger, a student of Makerere University, visually impaired. I stand before you today. My journey, much as a river that flows through uncharted territories, was shaped by unwavering support of Rotary Club of Ginger. At the tender age of 9 years, I lost my sight and my world was plunged into darkness. I was born sighted. I was pushed into the world of isolation. The environment became hostile on me. Parents stopped their children from associating with me because I'd lost my sight. Imagine having no friend at that tender age. You lack no one to play with. But in the midst of the challenges, a beacon of hope emerged in my life in the form of my grandfather, Isaria Muhammad, who's also blind like me. He took me to Balitua Gomba home for the blind in Ginger City, near Spar Road Primary School. And it was from there that I started discovering my potential, and I came to know about Rotary Club of Ginger. Just like a tree that provides shade and shelter, Rotary Club of Ginger has been my rock, providing me with all the necessities, right from food, soap, covering my school fees, and above all, providing me with the learning aids, just like the braille papers, you can see them, with the parking brailers, and one cost 4.5, with the slates and everything to ease my learning. Today, I'm here to appreciate and extend my deepest gratitude to Rotary Club of Ginger. Honestly, their support in my life is a ray of sunshine that's illuminated my path. My journey triumphed with the backing of Rotary Club of Ginger's support, enabling me to overcome and navigate all the challenges in education. I was able to transition from primary, that was Parrot Primary School, to secondary, Sorority SS for the Blind Madeira, and now at Makerere University, where I am pursuing a bachelor's degree in education, literature and English, aspiring to be a lecturer in future. My journey has not been without obstacles, but with the help of Rotary Club of Ginger, I've been able to overcome them, just like a ship that rides the waves of adversity. A candle loses nothing in lighting another candle. Rotary Club of Ginger has lost nothing in empowering individuals like me. Ungrateful lad who always lack providers. I'm here to express my deepest gratitude to the Rotary Club of Ginger for their unwavering support in empowering individuals like me. I promise that your investment in me will not be in vain. I will make a positive change in my community, empowering people with the same category, enabling them to reach their full potential. I also want to take this great opportunity to thank the organizing team for their tireless efforts in making this event a success. Your dedication is a testament to the Rotary Club of Ginger. Please, I say thank you, and I pray that, please, as you pray, you also move your feet. Rotary Club of Ginger has not only been praying for me, but he has also moved its feet by supporting me in every step of life. I'm here as a testament to the power of kindness, compassion, and a service above self. Rotary Club of Ginger, for God and my country, thanks for according me your audience. May God bless you abundantly.
Thank you very much, members. Fellow Rotarians, all protocol observed. I'm Ronald Edgar Jumba, the magical president, who have been helping a number of children of that category. But she's among those that have gone up to the level of the university, and she's currently in the first year degree. I hope to share the rest of the story with you in our social medias. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
For they are jolly good fellows, they are jolly good fellows, they are jolly good fellows. Say all of us. Please pardon the voice, but, and so say all of us. They are jolly good fellows, they are jolly good fellows, they are jolly good fellows. And no one can. Let's appreciate RC Ginger once again. So a quick announcement, the Rotaract Awards shall be given out in this same place, and it will be a working lunch. So please, you are all invited to attend and see how your baby clubs are performing. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, I would like to invite Queen Dorcas of Tusu to come and continue appreciating clubs. Let's appreciate her as she comes up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's clap, even if we have not yet got awards, they might be here.
Hello, good afternoon, Rotarians, Rotaractors, friends and family of Rotary. I said I would be back, and I'm back. I'm back with the goodies, but I see people are moving out. They are going to miss out. So, for you, you are there. So we are going to do this very fast, like we did it in the morning. And I would like to ask PDG Wagwan Sibira kindly to help me with presenting the awards. PDG Rosette Nabumba, my sister. And is PDG Mike Sebalu around? He has gone? PDG, which PDG have I not called? I was saving the best for the last. Okay, PDG to come. So today, we are going to have two categories, the membership and service projects. And first of all, we are going to mention the ones that are worthy of mentioning although they didn't get they won't get the gifts of second runner-up, first runner-up, or winner. They did a good job, but we had to choose among those who the winners are. But you're all very good. So we are going to start with membership, and these are the awards which recognize membership development and growth.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award is given to the club with the highest number of net growth from 30th June 2024 to 30th March 2025. Small clubs. And the second runner-up is...
In the small clubs category, we have the Rotary Club of Kampala Butabika Royals as second runner-up. Butabika Royals, if you can
The highest
quickly.
growth during Rotary Year award, small clubs. The first runner-up is...
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Kampala Chibuli.
The
If you are
highest
here-
growth during Rotary Year award, small clubs. And the winner is...
The Rotary Club of Mubende Metro. Are you here, people? Mubende Metro.
A big round of applause to our winners.
Kampala Chibuli is first runner-up. So we move to the medium clubs.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award, medium clubs. And the second runner-up is...
Rotary Club of Mbale. Mbale, are you here?
Rotary Mbale.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award, medium clubs. The first runner-up is...
The Rotary Club of Ginger. Ginger.
Our host club, the Rotary Club of Ginger. Take the stage, Rotary Ginger. Congratulations.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award, medium clubs. And the winner is...
The winner is Rotary Club of Kabarole. Kabarole.
Team Kabarole, congratulations. A round of
Kabarole,
applause
are
for
you
our
here?
winners.
Because na thought that they put on my face.
Cabarole.
We move on to the large clubs.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award, large clubs. And the second runner-up is...
Rotary Club of Kampala. Kampala.
Let's
Rotary Club of
appreciate the
Kampala.
Rotary Club of Kampala.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award, large clubs. The first runner-up is...
The Rotary Club of Sonde. Sonde, are you here? Sonde.
Congratulations, RC Kampala. Congratulations, RC Sunday.
The highest growth during Rotary Year award, large clubs. And the winner is...
The Rotary Club of Boyogerere Nambole.
The Rotary Club of Boyogerere Nambole.
Boyogerere Nambole.
Thank you for the energy and for the speed. Thank you, thank you. Keep it up.
So now we are going to move to the Membership Diversity Award.
The Membership Diversity Award. This is given to the club with the most diverse membership. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of E-Club, Nakuru, the Rotary Club of Kiwenda, the Rotary Club of Kampala South, the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo, and the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Ginger.
Rotary Ginger, congratulations.
Our hosts, thank you.
the Membership Diversity Award. The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of E-Club Uganda Global. I don't know if there's any representative here.
I hope they are not online.
E-Club Global, yeah, we have somebody here.
Okay.
the Membership Diversity Award. And the winner is...
The winner is the Rotary Club of Sunday.
Congratulations, Sunday.
A big round of applause to Rotary Sunday.
For them, it's not about the distance. Congratulations.
Eji Marion deserves an award.
We'll now move over to the Membership Extension Award.
The Membership Extension Award. This is given to the club that has made the greatest contribution to membership extension through formation of new Rotary clubs, Rotaract clubs, and Interact clubs. And the second runner-up is...
the Rotary Club of Bukoto.
Bukoto.
Rotary Bukoto, where's the
Rotary
energy?
Bukoto.
Yes, take center stage. Congratulations.
The Membership Extension Award. The first runner-up is...
The first runner-up is the Rotary Club of Mukono. Mukono, are you
Rotary
here?
Mukono.
Mukono.
Rotary Club of Mukono, make your way.
The Membership Extension Award.
RC
And the
Mukono
winner
represented
is-
by...
So the winner
The
is...
Membership Extension Award. And the winner is...
the Rotary Club of Mobende Metro.
Mobende
Are we
Metro.
here? Are we here? Mobende Metro.
RC Mubende Metro.
So our next award is Membership Retention.
The Membership Retention Award. This is given to the club that has not lost any member from the close of the last Rotary year. And the second runner-up is...
The Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands.
Woohoo! Kampala Sese Islands. Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands. Okay.
They have gone to Sese.
The
I think.
Membership Retention Award. The first runner-up is...
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Kabarole.
The Membership Retention Award. And the winner is...
Winner is the Rotary Club of Kampala South.
A round of applause for the team from Kampala South.
Kampala South, quickly, quickly.
Kampala South, give us some vibe. Yeah? The vibe, the vibe. Thank you, DJ. Thank you.
So we are moving to the next category of service projects.
The Global Grant Projects Award. These are given to the club with the most impactful global grant projects being implemented and or completed this Rotary year. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Kololo, Kampala, the Rotary Club of Kampala Metropolitan, the Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands, the Rotary Club of Kampala Central. And the second runner-up is...
Second runner-up is Rotary Club of Kasangati.
Tear gas, tear gas. Members of the tear gas, where are you?
Kasangati.
Tear gas.
The Global Grant Projects Award. The first runner-up is...
The Rotary Club of Kampala South.
Rotary Kampala South.
Kampala South, you just need to come and be around here. Just camp around here. Kampala South, congratulations.
A round of applause for the team from Kampala South.
That's the vibe, that's the vibe, that's the vibe.
The Global Grant Projects Award.
Thank you, Kampala South, thank you, and congratulations.
And the winner is...
Kampala South, just camp nearby, clearly.
The Global Grant Projects Award.
Kampala South, take your man away.
And the winner is...
The winner is the Rotary Club of Kampala North. Hey.
Hey. Kampala North. The award has become the awardee. Yeah?
Rotary Kampala North. Put our hands together for Rotary Kampala North.
Kampala North. We are only seeing gentlemen step up. The child.
So our next award is the New Global Grants Award.
New Global Grants Award. This is given to the club with the largest number of new global grants applications that have been cleared by the District Grants Committee this Rotary year. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Kampala North and the Rotary Club of Kololo, Kampala. And the second runner-up is...
The Rotary Club of Kasangati.
Tear gas again.
Rotary Club of Kasangati. Second runners-up.
New Global Grants Award.
Kasangati, Kasangati. You are coming from Kasangati.
The first runner-up is...
First runner-up is the Rotary Club of Sonde.
Rotary Club of Sonde, congratulations.
Together with your AG.
AG Marion. Ochkuba.
Sonde.
The Sunday models.
New Global Grants Award.
Models. Congratulations, Sunday.
And the winner is...
The Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands.
Kampala Sese Islands. Where are you? Where are we?
The New Global Grants Award goes to Kampala Sese Islands. A round of applause for Rotary Kampala Sese Islands.
The next award is Non-Global Grants Award.
Non-Global Grants Award. This is given to the club that has the most impactful non-global grant projects. Small clubs. Worthy of mention, the Rotary Club of Kampala Sunshine. And the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Chitezi. Chitezi, are you here?
Rotary Chitezi, congratulations.
Our friends from Chitezi, Webali.
Non-Global Grants Award.
Chitezi
Small
is on its way.
clubs.
Chitezi.
The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Iganga. Rotary Club of Iganga.
RC Iganga.
Non-Global Grants Award. Small clubs. And the winner is
the Rotary Club of E-Club Naguru.
E-Club Naguru.
Online Lives Matter. Congratulations, E-Club Naguru.
E-Club Naguru, E-Club Naguru.
Any representative, E-Club Naguru?
Huh. There's a representative there. Congratulations, Naguru.
Okay, we move to the medium clubs.
Non-Global Grants Award. Medium clubs. The first runner-up is
we'll start with the second runner-up.
Non-Global Grants Award. Medium clubs. And the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Machindye.
Rotary Club of Machindye. Those are the ones of Court Martial. Machindye.
Non-Global Grants Award. Medium clubs. The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Manyangwa Nakwero. Are we here? Manyangwa Nakwero.
Non-Global Grants Award. Medium clubs. And the winner is
the Rotary Club of Kabarole. Kabarole. We move to the large clubs.
Non-Global Grants Award. Large clubs. Worthy of mention, the Rotary Club of Bukoto, the Rotary Club of Sonde, the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo, the Rotary Club of Jinja, and the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Kasangati.
Tia Gas, the Rotary Club of Kasangati, congratulations.
Non-Global Grants Award. Large clubs. The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Boyogere in Nambole.
Rotary Boyogere Nambole, congratulations. A round of applause for the energy from Rotary Boyogere Nambole.
Non-Global Grants Award. Large clubs. And the winner is
the Rotary Club of Kololo, Kampala. Kololo. Kololo, are we here?
Kololo. RC Kololo.
Kololo. We now move on to the Consolidation, Sustainability, and Impact Award.
Consolidation, Sustainability, and Impact Award is given to clubs that have demonstrated continuous development of their projects. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Kololo, the Rotary Club of Kasangati, the Rotary Club of Kampala Life Stars. And the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Kampala Metropolitan.
Kampala Metropolitan. Kampala Metropolitan.
Presidents, congratulations, Kampala Metropolitan.
Consolidation, Sustainability, and Impact Award. The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo.
UK, the Rotary Club of UK.
A big round of applause for Rotary Upper Kololo.
Consolidation, Sustainability, and Impact Award. And the winner is
the Rotary Club of Bukoto.
Bukoto.
RC Bukoto, congratulations.
We now move on to the Special Environment Award.
the Special Environment Award is given to clubs that have planted their balance. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Kampala Metropolitan, the Rotary Club of Kampala Springs, the Rotary Club of Iganga, the Rotary Club of Bukoto, the Rotary Club of Sonde, the Rotary Club of E-Club Naguru. And the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Jinja.
Jinja, the Rotary Club of Jinja, RC Jinja.
the Special Environment Award. The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Kampala Central.
Kampala Central. Kampala Central.
the Special Environment Award. And the winner is
the winner of the Special Environment Award is Rotary Club of Kololo, Kampala. Kololo, Kampala.
Kololo.
So as they are moving on, we are going to the next award, which is Joint Collaboration Award.
the Joint Collaboration Award is given to the club that has partnered with other Rotary or Rotaract clubs and other entities outside Rotary. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Upper Kololo, the Rotary Club of Kololo, Kampala, the Rotary Club of Kampala Springs, The Rotary Club of Weogerere Central. The Rotary Club of Kampala Sese Islands. The Rotary Club of Kampala Life Stars. The Rotary Club of Gayaza. The Rotary Club of Bukoto. And the second runner-up is...
Since this is a joint collaboration, we are going to name the clubs and the clubs that they worked with. So the second runner-up is Rotary Club of Kampala North, together with Rotaract Club of Kampala North Musicals.
RC Kampala North and Rotaract Kampala North Musical.
Rotary Kampala North Musical, the DRR's club, and Rotary Club of Kampala North. Congratulations.
Let's see who can leave food to come for the award. Kampala North Musical.
The Joint Collaboration Award. The first runner-up is...
The first runner-up is Rotary Club of Sunday, together with Interact Club of Royal College Namugongo, Interact Club of St. Henry's College Namugongo, Rotaract Club of Sunday, and Rotaract Club of Namugongo.
A big round of applause to Sunday and its baby clubs. Let's appreciate RC Sunday. Those are so many awards for them and their baby clubs. Well done. Together with their AG Mario. Okay, let's smile for the photo.
The Joint Collaboration Award. And the winner is...
The winner is the Rotary Club of Chira, together with the Rotary Club of Kasangati, the Rotary Club of Mbale, the Rotary Club of Manyangwa Nakwero, the Rotary Club of Nsasa, and the Rotary Club of Nagalama. If you're all here, please, or a representative to come to the stage. Chira, Kasangati, Mbale, Manyangwa Nakwero, Nsasa, Nagalama. So our next award is the Innovation Award.
The Innovation Award. This is given to the club that has demonstrated imagination, ingenuity, creativity, and innovation to make their project come to life. Clubs worthy of mention: the Rotary Club of Nakawa, the Rotary Club of Kampala, Impala, the Rotary Club of Early Bird, and the Rotary Club of Iganga. And the second runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Ginger.
Rotary Ginger, congratulations.
RC Ginger. I like the siren. Keep the siren on until you pick the award.
the Innovation Award. The first runner-up is
the Rotary Club of Kampala Chibuli.
Rotary Kampala Chibuli, congratulations.
Are we
Eddie
here?
Marion, congratulations.
The Innovation Award. And the winner is
The Rotary Club of Kampala South.
Kampala South.
Kampala South, Kampala South.
Kampala South, congratulations. A round of applause.
So,
Kampala South, just camp around here, because clearly.
we still have awards that were not taken. If we have the Rotary Club of Kampala Butabika Royals, highest growth during the Rotary year in the small category group, second runner-up. Do we have Rotary Club of Kampala Butabika Royals?
Butabika Royals.
I just want this, cause I'm going place. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate on the brother.
We also have the Membership Extension Award presented to Rotary Club of Mubende Metro as winners of this Membership Extension
Mubende
Award.
Metro.
Are you here, Mubende Metro?
Mubende Metro.
Or whoever can pick it up.
Mubende Metro.
Any in-laws of Mubende Metro?
We also have an award for the highest growth during Rotary year. This is in the small category group, presented to Rotary Club of Mubende Metro, yes. So the winners for the highest growth during the Rotary year in the small category group, and the winners, Rotary Club of Mubende Metro.
Congratulations, Mubende Metro.
Mubende.
So we are through with today's awards, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
A round of applause for all our winners. The biggest hand clap should come from
Let's
Kampala
appreciate
South.
the awards team.
Big appreciation to the awards team. Thank you so much, Queen Dorcas Tusu.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Queen
you to our
Dorcas
PDGs
of
as
Tusu.
well.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we take a short break, I would like to invite our Rotarian Peter Damzungu. Rotarian Peter.
I don't want pull no trigger. I just want this, cause I'm going place. I don't want no wahala. It's so cold outside, my brother. Me, I know the hate on the brother. Me, I just want this, cause I'm going place. I don't want no wahala. Oh, it's so cold outside. Me, I know they let nothing to worry me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me, no owe no one apology. You know, say she don't know they bother nobody. Me, I know they let nothing to bother me. I know they let nothing to bother me. Me, no owe no one apology. Do you get me? Me, nobody tell me nonsense, my nigga. Streets is so cold, my nigga. Me, nobody come try cry me a river. I'm a
pull through like the strings on my guitar. Nonsense, my nigga. This was so cold, my nigga.